Where's that?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's right. Tomato juice is Ohio's drink.
This is
Um,
fun.
the blue hen is Delaware. Look at that.
Okay. Oh, wow. That's important information because we have a senator coming from Delaware.
Okay. We are live streaming on several platforms. So, yay for us. And welcome, everyone, to our 2026 midterms Blue Ballot affair. My name is Angela Fobbs, and I am the Global Director of Events for Democrats Abroad. And today we're going to be bringing you a lot of great speakers, a lot of great fun, and a lot of great things. I made this blue ballot drink. Maybe I'm not a bartender, but I did it. It's non-alcohol. It's a mocktail. I don't drink. Um, but cheers, everyone, and here's to a happy day.
So, Angela,
So,
what do we have to look forward to today? Is it all
oh, we
this?
we've got a lot of great things. We've got a lot of great thoughts. We've got a lot of great speakers. David Pepper is here. He's going to be speaking in a moment. We've got the new Democratic mayor of Miami coming. We've got uh, we've got someone coming from Minneapolis who's going to tell us what's going on there. We've got, who else do we have, Ann? I'm
We
just going off the top of my head.
we have a senator. We have Senator Blunt Rochester coming to talk to us. And what's special about her is that she was also abroad. She gets us. She understands us because she lived abroad for many years. So it'll be really interesting to get her perspective as well. But it's not all business, right, Angela? Are we
Yeah,
having
it's
fun? Any
we
games to look forward to?
yeah, we have a few games for people to play. It's going to be a fun. We have our experienced designer here, Nancy. She's going to be leading us in some games and polls and quizzes, etc. Um, can somebody put out the first Mentimeter into the chat? I would really like to know. Um, I would really like to know how everybody is feeling. It's been almost a year on Monday. It will be a year that we've had the Trump regime in office. And if you can just click that link in the Mentimeter and let's see how you're feeling. While we're seeing how you're feeling, let's can we go ahead and play that first video, a great welcome from someone that I know you're gonna love. Joel? Joel? While we're waiting for Joel. Yeah, yeah, it hasn't even been a year yet. It'll be a year on Monday. I remember this very well because at the time I was the chair of the Global Black Caucus, and it was Martin Luther King Day was the day that Trump was inaugurated last year. And it was absolutely one of the worst days of, well, I'm not even gonna say it was the worst day. It was the beginning of the worst days of our lives. Um, Joel, video? I can't hear you.
Sorry, 1 second. Having trouble getting that window selected.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, keep working on the,
Yeah, I'll have it up in a
oh,
minute.
whose birthday is it? That's Martin Luther King's real birthday. My daughter's birthday is Martin Luther King's real birthday also.
Oh,
So,
wonderful.
yeah. Yeah. So, Anne, how have you been feeling for this past year?
I was going to ask the group as well. Is it worse than we expected, or just exactly what we expected? Angela and I had several webinars leading up to the election in 24, where we talked to people who knew about Project 2025, and they warned us, and people talking about the dark enlightenment and what was coming ahead. And I think most of us didn't really believe it, but it looks like they were following their plan, and it's exactly what we were warned about. So I was feeling really scared and bad and worried about it, worried about my family. But honestly, it's events like this that give me courage, because everybody here, the hundreds of people who are gathering today to listen to the speakers and all that, it makes me feel better. It makes me feel like we've got a chance.
Yeah.
It's that all together kind of thing. The strength that we have together.
All ready to
Yes.
share now, shall I?
Okay, great. Show us our first video from our first and fun guest.
Democrats abroad. I know you are fired up, ready to vote, and ready to make some noise this election cycle. This year alone, we witnessed some of the most unserious, unqualified, and dangerous leadership this country has ever seen. And I want to remind each of you that although you may live far from home, you are not far from this moment. You are in it. While I can't be with you physically today, I want to applaud every single one of you for staying engaged, informed, and committed in this fight. You understand what is truly at stake in this election, and we must do everything in our power to push back against the growing threats to our democracy. As we recognize International Voters' Day, this moment couldn't be more important. Because right now, Donald Trump and GOP leadership are continuing their lawless behavior, gerrymandered districts, creating voter suppression laws, and deliberately creating barriers at the ballot box, all designed to silence voices and decide who counts and who doesn't. But here's the truth. Their strategy only works if we sit it out. And this election, we are choosing action and deciding that enough is enough. I understand that millions of you live overseas. You serve this country. You teach your kids. You build communities. You carry American values across the globe. And yet, when it's time to vote, Republican leaders treat you like an inconvenience buried under red tape, dismissed and discouraged from participating in the very democracy that represents you. And that is exactly why I'm running for the United States Senate, to protect the vote, to defend our democracy, and to ensure that no American, no matter where they live, is ever treated like a second thought. But let me be clear, this fight is bigger than just one race. We need strong Democrats up and down the ballot at the local, state, and federal levels who believe in protecting voting rights, defending freedom, and are not afraid of Trump and his MAGA puppets. Your vote doesn't just help one candidate. It helps build the leadership this moment needs. So if you're ready to say enough is enough, let's show them that we're Texas tough and Democrats strong, what we really look like. And I'm asking everyone else to support strong Democrats across the ballot, because our democracy and our lives depend on it. Thank you for standing up. Thank you for staying engaged. And thank you for proving that democracy goes wherever Americans go.
Hey. Yes, thank you, Jasmine Crockett, for making that special message for us. She is an awesome fighter for the Democratic Party, and she's been that way in the House. So let's get on to our next speaker, another brilliant fighter for America, for Democrats, David Pepper. David is a lawyer, writer, political activist, adjunct professor, and was also the former chair of the Ohio Democratic Party. He's doing a lot and has written several books, including one of my favorites, Saving Democracy, a user's manual for every American. And he's now running as the running mate for lieutenant governor in Ohio. David, welcome.
Thank you. Can you all see me?
Yes.
Yeah, it's still the last sentence you mentioned is still kind of gives me chills that I've been asked to run for lieutenant governor. I'm really excited about it. A lot of you know me from just presenting to this group before, and I'm very proud of the work we've done together when I was chair, and all the discussions since. I mean, as one of your prior guests mentioned, I too grew up abroad. I was actually the kid who lived in Italy for a few years, from 3 to 6, and I lived in Belgium, and then I moved to Ohio, and then I went back to Belgium, and after college, I worked in Russia for several years. So I also know the life of living abroad, and it really was a critical part of my life, was that I grew up sort of as a kid who moved around, and I think it really shaped me in ways that, although at the time maybe as a kid I didn't appreciate, I think it made me just a different person, and really kind of made me grow up a little faster and appreciate our place in the world, even though I was a kid from Ohio. Um, and I also think often about your unique position now as Americans in other countries, where in many ways, although we're feeling something in our states that maybe you don't see, and we can talk about that, you also are the ones who are confronted with questions every single day about what the heck's going on in this country that stood for so many things, but now in so many ways, and almost every evening news, we've had a year of this now. My guess is you're getting a lot of questions, and I'm sure that's challenging, not fun, but I know you're out there, as Jasmine Crockett said, and representing the best of America, even though people around the country, around the world, may be doubting it. So let me just talk for a couple things. And if there are ways to do Q&A, I think I've been given 20 minutes. I'd love to answer some questions and not only talk to everybody, what I'm thinking, but I want to talk about the moment, and then I want to talk about why I stepped up in the wonderful opportunity we have in Ohio. Can you imagine if we can turn Ohio blue? What that does nationally when it comes to gerrymandering, when it comes to the Senate. We've got Sherrod Brown running. I'll talk about my running mate, Amy Acton, just a once in a lifetime leader in a state like ours. We know that we have to do better in more states. You guys have all heard me talk about running everywhere. That means running in state house seats we have been too often leaving uncontested, and it means winning more states overall. And I think 26 is an opportunity to do that. The opening comments. So it is. I am excited to be running, but I want to be very clear. This is a very serious time to be running for any office. What we are seeing all across the country, what people are feeling. It's been a bad year in every way. The last few weeks with Greenland, with Minnesota, with Renee Good, especially that tragedy, that complete lack of even the most basic transparency, lack of accountability, very problematic. And so it's a very serious time, and I accepted running for lieutenant governor with knowing this is one reason I stepped up to do it. This is a very serious time, and we have to run with a very seriousness of purpose because people are really feeling it. And then, of course, not just on the political sort of front, but one thing you should know is I'm running around the state, and so the candidate I'm running with, for those of you who don't know, I think this will be a signature race in the country. Her name is Amy Acton. She's a doctor. She was the leader during COVID. She was the health director of the state of Ohio, standing next to a Republican governor and leading in a way that is just so rare and so authentic that she cut through everything. I mean, she was a doctor in a white coat, not a politician. Incredibly smart, professional, authentic, empathetic. And I was the chair of the Democratic Party at the time. She was standing Republican governor. And within a few weeks, it was obvious that she was skyrocketing to this massive level of respect. And I always thought, even then, if this woman ever decided to run for office, she would be an absolute force, because it's very hard in a state as big as Ohio to actually get known across the state, every corner, urban, rural, suburban, especially get known in a non-political way. But they like you, they connect with you, they trust you. That's what she did. So her job approval rating during that time skyrocketed to the highest in Ohio, except for the governor she was standing next to. the closest equivalent to this entree to the public space, not to get carried away, was John Glenn. He got famous through something besides politics. That's what's happened here with her. And so when she decided to start running for office, I thought I was no longer chair. I'll help her. And that's why I joined. I think she has a heck of a story. She grew up in Youngstown in difficult circumstances, overcame it all. And so all of a sudden in 2026 in Ohio, we have Sherrod Brown. We had this, and by the way, 5 years later, polling still today, she has, if you ask Ohioans, what did you think of the job done by Dr. Amy Acton? Everyone remember that name? Did as health director of Ohio. Still today, 5 years later, she has the highest net job approval rating of any public figure in Ohio, Republican or Democrat. That includes the governor. That includes Donald Trump. And so she's now the Democratic candidate for governor. And I'm honored to join her as her running mate. And so we have a chance here in Ohio to do something very special. In other states, I think this is going to happen as well. But I just want to take a second and talk about the importance. This is 2026, and this is back to sort of the books. And Angela, I appreciate your compliment on them. This is a year in the overall arc of democracy in our history that I think is. It may be the most important year. We always say the next election is the most important, and often that's true. This is the most important year for democracy, potentially in our lifetimes. There's always a back and forth struggle over our democracy. There's peaks and valleys. There's peaks and there's hills where we climb, like with Obama winning, and then there's always a backlash in American history. There's a backlash to democracy being more full, to African Americans being included in particular. And it goes up and down. That's the pattern. Reconstruction, Jim Crow, Voting Rights Act, Southern Strategy, Obama, and what we're living through. And the question ends up being not will there be a backlash? Sadly, there always is. It's how long will that backlash last? How will it be a few years? Will it be decades or lifetimes like Jim Crow? The big factor that determines the answer to that question is how quickly and how fiercely do those who care about democracy fight back? And that's what 26 is about. If we can fight back really hard now and build on the special elections of 25 and the governor elections in 25, the incredible result in Georgia, where we flipped public utility commission seats statewide Georgia, if we can build on that in 26, we can stop the backslide far earlier. So my kids who are a few rooms away, who are 9 and 11, by the time they're 20, it's more of a memory. It's not the life they're stuck with. So beyond Ohio, beyond this race, we have an enormous responsibility. We are the next generation up when it comes to fighting for democracy. That's our role in American history. And 26 is the year where we can, before 28, I don't want to hear much about presidential candidates yet. It's 26 where we can save democracy. So elections like Ohio, elections like governor, Senate, winning the House back, but also every state house seat, all are part of this pushback to get our country back, kind of climbing another democracy hill to a good direction and getting out of the fall. Real quick, and then I'd love to answer any questions if I can see them. On the ground, as I travel the state with Dr. Acton, it really is the case that the people are just feeling it every day. I mean, I don't care what part of the state you're in. It's child care costs in Ohio. We're one of the worst in the country when it comes to affordable child care. It is property taxes, which sounds like a Republican talking point. The reason property taxes are going up in Ohio, and this is true in many states, is because our Republican state house has defunded schools for so long. It's pushed local to make up the difference by raising property taxes. Higher property taxes in Ohio are a Republican state house policy, and we will be talking about that. Energy bills spiking all over. Obviously, food, tariffs doing what the damage they're doing. It really is the case that people are feeling it. And I believe, in addition to the broader angst about what's happening nationally, federally, it's also the on the ground, just day-to-day pain, not enough breathing room. And by the way, this is where I'll just mention this. The opponent of ours, named Vivek Ramaswamy, comes in. he could not be here we have a doctor, not a politician, saying who lived a very challenging life herself from Youngstown, saying, I'm going to solve your healthcare costs. We're going to take on not just premiums, but prescription drugs and medical bankruptcy, which we can do something about if we actually have a governor who wants to. I'm going to do with the utility bills like Mikey Sherrill and Abigail Spanberger did. We're going to take on housing costs in multiple ways. So on one side, we can do things about childcare costs, so people get back in the workforce if they want to. Against that, we have Vivek Ramaswamy. Has everyone heard of him? He's after being fired from Doge about a year ago on the first day, he's the candidate the Republicans put forward. He's flying around on a jet at 35,000 feet, kind of stopping into different Ohio cities. He tweeted about a year ago that the reason Americans are struggling is that we're lazy. We strive for mediocrity. And just yesterday, if those of you follow Midas Touch, and they've been very focused, Midas Touch is very focused on Ohio. Vivek Ramaswamy is literally on camera saying that he thinks Medicaid and Medicare were mistakes. Medicare and Medicaid were mistakes. Here we're in a world where the cuts to Medicaid are threatening rural hospitals and nursing homes and children's health coverage all over the country, all over Ohio, stressing people out, and costs are going up. And their candidate for governor thinks those programs were mistakes. So this is why we've been tied. Amy Acton has been tied or ahead with Ramaswamy in every poll for a few months now. That's not normally what we see in Ohio. We're seeing it now. Same with Sherrod Brown. So we've got a real opportunity. We have to sort of meet the moment with the deeper angst doesn't even cover the stress I think people are feeling in the country about all the things that are coming out of Washington, but also the angst on the ground over costs and economy and jobs that are starting to fall away. And if we do our job, as the first person who spoke said, my hope is we can channel all that into people-driven movements for an enormous turnout in 2026. So with that, let me look at a few questions. Do you want to, Andrew, do you want to read some questions?
Yeah,
or do you want
I'll
me to...
read you some
Okay,
questions. This is one that seems to come up a lot in DA circles. The rumor is that the midterms are already rigged. Is there any truth to this, since we've already seen how the election was stolen?
So what I would say was, and I wouldn't say the election was stolen, just I want to clarify. We need to watch it all like a hawk. Donald Trump has terrible motivations. We know that. At the same time, I worry when you know the model that Trump's been following for some time is the Orban model. The attempt to gerrymander all these states in advance was clearly an attempt to cut out a lot of voters from actually being able to change the outcome in 26. And if they're trying that, and we're seeing the attempts to get their hands on voter data in different states. So I think we should, and I'm glad to see Democratic secretaries of state standing up, suing, stopping. But my worry is that if we let that, in a way that even the talk of that has a suppressive effect, I don't want one Democratic voter thinking, well, it doesn't matter because they're going to do this. What we saw in Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill's races, they didn't want them to win those races. Blow it out of the water. Like we need a movement that is big. We need special elections like we've been seeing over by 20 or 30. We need to watch like a hawk. We need elected officials standing up. We need lawyers suing whenever there's any indication of this type of stuff. And people are doing that. The judges are generally holding, although every time it gets to Supreme Court, I have less confidence. And here's an example. Thanks to a lot of amazing work, their attempt to use the gerrymandering process to basically, foreclose a real House set of elections in 26 largely didn't work. Knock on wood. California, to its credit, fought fire with fire. Indiana Republicans, to their credit, did not go along with that attempt to gerrymander Indiana. Ohio, while we aren't happy with the fact that my district in Cincinnati was gerrymandered, the ultimate deal wasn't as bad as it could have been. Other states, same. So like that effort, people 10 years ago, before I wrote my books, that intense gerrymandering, I worry, would have been something that we simply didn't fight back against well. This time we did. I mean, Gavin Newsom in California stepped up. And again, I don't like gerrymandering anywhere, but we have to fight fire with fire and then get rid of it everywhere. And so I'd say we have to do on other issues around voting what we did there. We saw what they were doing. J.D. Vance went to Indiana. It was clear. They had a map of this country, Missouri, Indiana, Ohio, North Carolina, maybe Florida. They had a map and they were trying to change districts to avoid losing. And it was a messy fight, but it also, in the end, it certainly won't keep us from winning the House at this point. And we'll see what happens in Virginia, North Carolina. We have to approach it that way. But then on the flip side, we have to tell ourselves, as someone just wrote, and I think, you know, they couldn't change the outcome of Abigail Spangenberger's race. She was too far ahead. We ran in every district in Virginia, every single one. Amazing. They couldn't stop the new Democratic massive majority in Virginia. It was too overwhelming. Mikey Sherrill, there are all these doubts. Could she win? Blew it out of the water. If they had some plan to mess with it, it didn't work. I don't know if they did. I assume they didn't, but it didn't matter because we blew it out of the water. So we must have a mindset that we are going to run it up in a way that it's that they just whatever Trump's plotting, if he's got anything plotted or someone else, it's just too overwhelming for them to get in the way of. And that has to be our attitude. And I hate to say it, I think that should motivate us to do even more because we have to not let that settle in as something that Donald Trump, for example, he was his own worst enemy. After he lost the presidency, he basically told all the voters of Georgia, remember the two Senate races, oh, it doesn't matter, it's rigged. The Republican voters didn't show up. And it's one of the reasons we won those two Senate seats on January 5th, 2021. So don't let ourselves be on guard, fight, stop, all of it. But do not let it suppress our vote. Every voter's got to see that this is as important as it gets.
Yeah, I agree with you, David. I have two really short questions before you have to go. But the first is, do you believe in your experience in Ohio that U.S. citizens abroad can help their U.S. precincts as volunteers during the election? And would it be helpful to travel back?
Yes. I mean, I say this all the time, and I worry they're trying to, the Republicans have figured this out. So they're trying to make it harder for Democrats abroad or voters abroad to vote. There are not many low-hanging fruit opportunities left in politics where there's a chunk of voters that could change outcomes that's big. Democrats abroad is one of those rare opportunities. A broad population of Ohioans is somewhere around the size of Toledo, like our fourth biggest city. It's huge. And they're all, I know the new party chair well, and hopefully you've had a chance to meet her. Whether it's being engaged in the elections and spreading the word or whether it's supporting, and let me be really clear, if you're excited to help the campaign I'm working with, Amy Acton, go to actonforgovernor.com and contribute. We are battling. The one thing Vivek Ramaswamy has is money. He's a billionaire, so we have to fight that. But I think your engagement, your voting, your spreading the word, your giving, again, this is true of the whole country. Like you know this more than me. Your margins saved states from being red. You flipped into blue, like Georgia. Close states, you've been the margin difference. And Ohio could be close this year. So absolutely. I mean, you are we have four big cities, close to 300,000. Democrats abroad are the size of the fourth biggest city. I mean, it's incredible when you think about it. And so, and by the way, let me give my email out for anyone who wants to help. And Angela, you probably know, but we need to work with you, and we would love to have you working with the party. Because again, this is not just, although I think the governor's race is critical, the Sherrod Brown Senate race could very well be the tipping point in the majority of the Senate. We see a lot of good Senate opportunities. If Sherrod Brown wins Ohio, we have a new candidate, Mary Peltola in Alaska, for example. We've got some good that race could be the one that switches the Senate majority, and wouldn't that be amazing? So your effort here, the size of your group, the difference it could make in the voting. I mean, it's a massive number of people, and you know this as well as I do. It's a whole lot of Democrats. It's a whole lot of, and if folks are engaged from abroad, they're fired up. So we just need to work very hard together to get to every single Democrat abroad that can weigh in and help us win states like Ohio. I mean, you've been the difference in major elections, and I have no doubt that could happen again.
Yeah, that is true. One last thing before you go, David. Does Ohio have candidates in every 88 county for Democratic
They are
office?
working very hard. I mean, some of you may know I started a group called Blue Ohio. In Blue Ohio, what we do is I can't really do it anymore, but it still exists. We crowdfund money and we literally give it to the candidates running in the hardest places because no one normally helps them. So guess what? No one runs. Blue Ohio, and to his great credit, the former governor of Ohio, Dick Celeste, and his operation are hustling as hard as they can to get every single one of these seats filled. So they're working very hard. It's not easy, but I think if we have uncontested races, it will not be very many. And we have a new minority leader named Dunny Isaacson from Cincinnati, and he's working hard on. I just want to give a big shout out. We have over time changed the mindset. A few years ago when I started writing this book, The Laboratory of Autocracy, and I started really saying, why are we letting 50% of the districts in Texas go uncontested? What are we doing? Why are we letting that happen? And Stacey Abrams, when she ran for governor, 40% of the districts were uncontested. Like it makes it too hard. And I had people reach out to me and say, David, you stop saying that. It's making us look bad. I'm like, it is bad. We have to say it. Texas has a candidate in every district this year.
Yes.
Virginia, last time by the way, this is not just because of party leaders, grassroots leaders too, like this Blue Ohio. North Carolina, the great Anderson Clayton, she had a candidate in every district but two in 24, made a big difference. So one of the great things happening is the mindset is shifting from, oh, it's okay to leave half of America uncontested. And you mentioned rural when we started. That's especially devastated us in rural. If you don't have a candidate, you're not only not getting turnout, you're not on message. You can't bring up the fact that, no, the reason your local school is struggling in rural Ohio isn't because of the border. It's because they're defunding it at the state house. It's your state rep doing it. Your healthcare costs are going up because they cut Medicaid. So running everywhere means you're on message everywhere. You're not just turning into whatever caricature they are saying about us, unable to defend yourself. So one of the best things happening is around the country, at all levels, people have adopted the run everywhere mindset. And there is no way we would have picked up the number of seats we picked up in Virginia if we had not been running we won a bunch of Republican districts. It's now a 2-1 Virginia majority that in part came because of this new commitment across this country that we run everywhere. And by the way, always think about your role, recruit, recruit, recruit. You can help make sure if where you're from originally, even if you're living over abroad, looks like you don't have a candidate, take some ownership. Let's find candidates to run. That's what everyone has to do going from here on out. And
Yeah.
we're getting close here, I think, in Ohio.
That's awesome. When I left Ohio, it was blue. And when I wanted to go back to that way. So
Come on back.
yeah,
That's a
definitely.
great goal. Like come back. You come back and we'll be blue and we'll do it at the same time. That's perfect.
That's great. Well, thank you so much, David, for joining us today. Best of luck on your campaign because I'm an Ohioan and I want Ohio to win. I want
Absolutely.
my family to live in a place that's safe with good regulations, clean water, clean air, and good jobs. So good luck. Thank you so much for joining us today. And I'm sure we'll see you again soon.
Thank you. Be safe out there. Take care, everybody. Arrivederci. I just saw a note from Italy.
Yeah, we've got people from all over the
Yeah.
world watching.
See you. Take care, everybody. Thanks for all you're doing.
What do we have next?
Bye-bye. Let's see. Ada Chen is up next. If you could please replace her spotlight with mine. And we're going to talk a little bit about voting from abroad and how simple it is and what we can do.
Okay, great. Can everyone see my screen?
there?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. My name is Ada Shen. I am a member of the Global Get Out the Vote team for Democrats Abroad, and I'm here today to try and reinforce some of the points that David just made about why Americans abroad must vote from abroad in 2026. So first of all, you need to know that every American living abroad who votes from abroad helps to deliver that margin of victory in races across the country. We are the only state party that runs every race. Many critical races are decided by a margin that is much smaller than the number of votes cast by overseas voters. In 2026, there are hundreds of U.S. House, U.S. Senate, governorship, state legislative, state Supreme Court races at stake this year, and the primaries are beginning now. So we expect margins of victory that are going to be razor thin once again. So who votes from abroad? Well, we are citizens. And for Americans living abroad, our vote is our voice. We cannot attend a town hall necessarily. It's hard to get back to the United States and to be, and participating in these protests directly. But we are teachers, students, small business owners, retirees, active military, veterans, aid workers, people with multinational families. We are citizens. We love our country. We love our people. We love our planet. We have friends and family back home, and we care about what is happening there and abroad. And most of us either vote in swing states or swing districts, or we know someone who does. Americans abroad are the largest untapped Democratic voting bloc in the country. And when we all vote, we help deliver that necessary margin of victory in elections across the country. A federal law protects our right to vote. This law, UOCAVA for short, ensures that civilians and military overseas keep the right to vote based on where we last resided, no matter how long we've been abroad. This applies to all federal elections, and everyone has a federal election to vote in this year. The entire House is up for re-election. 1/3 of the Senate, plus a couple of pickups in Florida and Ohio, hello, Ohio, are up for re-election this year, okay? So these are all federal elections that an overseas person can vote in, right? And this applies to not only federal elections, but most states will extend this voting right also to state and local elections also, okay? So when you send in this form, it's called an FPCA form, you then get this UOCAVA protection. And these protections include the ability to receive your ballot electronically, so you can get it by email. You will get your ballot 45 days before the election, giving you enough time to return it. We also can return our ballots electronically too, depending on the state. That's going to vary. And you also have access to an emergency backup ballot that we can use if we are worried that our ballots are not going to arrive in time. Domestic absentee voters absolutely do not have the same protections. And if you are concerned about this election being rigged, the first thing you want to do is be a UOCAVA voter if you have that right and ability to do so as an American abroad. Sending in this one form gets us all ballots for all elections that we are eligible to vote in for the entire year. Okay, this is administered by your local election official. You can vote in primaries, general elections, as well as any special elections. Most states do require us to collect our ballot, to request our ballots every year we want to vote. This is what that form looks like. Okay, now why don't if it's so important, how come more people don't vote? Well, the election rules and deadlines all vary by state, and this is very confusing for many. People miss deadlines, to register or request or return a ballot. They don't know they have to request a ballot every year. They assume they're not eligible. They don't know they can vote, or they need help, and they don't know who to talk to, right? They don't know who to ask. So as a result, millions of ballots are simply never cast. This is something you can do something about, okay? Keep it simple. Just go to votefromabroad.org. It is one site. We have the rules down for every state, including DC, as well as the overseas territories. Do it every year. All right. Do it. This is what the website looks like. So green arrow, that blue button, is where you start the process to send in your ballot request. If you need help or have questions, pink arrow is find help here, or there's the chat bubble to the lower right.
Okay. And we have volunteers standing by 24/7 to help voters vote on a nonpartisan basis. This is one of the best things that we do as Democrats abroad. It is one of the best things I feel that I've done as a citizen living abroad for the last 20 years. So I'm very proud to be a part of this team. Okay, thank you very much. And then what we need you to do is do it today. If you haven't done it yet this year, meaning since January 1st, 2026, if you did not do it in the last few weeks, then you need to do it. Okay, even if you voted last year, this is a ballot request form that works every calendar year. All right, so even if you voted last year, even if you voted, in 2024, send it in again, just in case, because there is nothing that is proof positive that you requested a ballot like this form. This form really is your evidence that you have that right to vote, okay, and that you've requested a ballot. Be sure to ask to receive your ballot by email or online. Follow the directions to submit the form back to your election officials back home. Do follow up. They are there to serve you and to administer the election, and make sure that they hear from you if you haven't gotten your ballot request accepted or if you have questions about your ballot. Okay. If you need help or have questions, you can use the chat box at Vote From Abroad. You can use Find Help Here. You can also send us an email at voterhelp@votefromabroad.org. The next thing we need you to do is think of a person that you know who lives abroad. A cousin in London, a kid studying in Berlin, maybe a retired parent in Mexico. Tell them, did you know that as a US citizen abroad, you can vote? You need to request your ballot every year. Do it now. Go to votefromabroad.org. All right. Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks for your help. We're going to win this.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ada, for telling us that we need to get our ballots and get them early. We need to get them as soon as possible. Do not wait. Do not delay. I did mine on the 4th of January, which I think was a Sunday, and I got a verification the very next day. So our next guest is a former DA member who is now a city councilman in Ohio, in Lexington, Ohio. Robert Kelly, can you join me on the? Hi, Robert. Welcome.
Right,
It's so good to see you. Robert was a member of DA South Africa and one of the co-founders of our Africa Committee in Democrats Abroad. And look at him today. He is now a city council member for Lexington Village, Ohio. Hi, welcome.
thank you very much. Good to be here. How's it going, Democrats abroad?
Well,
this is a very important time to be a Democrat, and it's a very important time to be a Democrat abroad. I think while I was living there for 20 years or so, I never saw us or the Democrat abroad initiative being an anchor or a key component to the U.S. election cycle. But here we are. So you guys are one of the greatest secret weapons that the Democratic Party can have at this period of time. I would rather be in the space of getting an overseas voter to vote. I would rather be in the space of getting an overseas voter to call back home, because I think people are impressed when an overseas voter calls back home and says, "Where are you guys voting? When are you voting? Are you registered to vote?" And I think that's an impressive element. And when I was living overseas, I never called back home to say, "Vote, guys," because I assumed that they were. But yeah, this is an important time in American history, period. So, Angela, tell me how you want me to flow.
Well,
As you know, it's
you know
Martin
what?
Luther King weekend, so it's a lot going on.
That's right. That's right. So we're just going to make this really brief because I know you're a busy man. Tell us about your campaign. Tell us about how you decided to run for city council in this little town in Ohio that is, dare I say, mostly white.
Yes, I'm in I would say 97% population is white and Republican. And I have a neighbor Our union began when I first moved to this small town, and of course, being an urbanite when I was living in America, I'm originally from Washington D.C. I didn't have a great backyard, let alone know how to cut grass. I didn't even have a decent lawnmower when I lived in the United States. But here I am. I got a lawnmower that I got to ride on. I got a big yard. I got a lot of grass to cut, but I didn't know how to cut grass. So my neighbor, he uh, he decided to mentor me in how to take care of my new Ohio home. But in the course of that, he learned a lot about me. And I think he's about 5 or 6 years older than I am. And he said to me, he says, you know, our city is really in trouble on a number of fronts. He says, I've gotten to know you. He says, I think you ought to run for office. I said, no, you can't be serious. He said, yes, I am. And so I thought about it a little bit and prayed about it as well. My wife and I talked about it. And so the end of the story is I ended up registering. And I felt that, you know, with my pastoral background, one-on-one was best. And so I covered, like, in about 3 or 4 months, over 1,000 homes in my community, just going door to door. A lot of times I got turned away. You know, in Ohio, it's not usual when you see a black guy walking up on your doorstep and knocking at 9 o'clock in the morning. You think he's definitely selling you something or going to con you. But nevertheless, many times when I got that kind of greeting, they would say, you know, why are you here? I don't want anything. I don't know you. And I said, well, I just got something you need. And they would say, what could you have I need? I said, I have representation. I have the ability to represent you. And so at the end of the day, I think I placed in my village area, there were 4 candidates. I ranked number 3, first time run. The other 2 were holding seats for almost 2 terms, which is 8 years. And so, you know, while it may sound strange, it's America, and I'm in a red state. All of my other candidates were Republicans, and even now the council is 7 seats council, 6 are Republicans, and I'm the only Democrat. But I'm excited about it. I'm excited about growing further and doing more. I'm excited about perhaps looking for another seat. I've met and had great occasions with Amy Acton and some of the other key Democrats around the state. And yeah, so the sky's the limit. And it was interesting. I called back and told a couple of my family members about it. They said, well, wow, we can't believe you did this. And I said, yes. I said the only impressive part about it was that out of the 100% of those that voted for me, there was only one black person that voted for me, and that was my wife.
Wow. Well, I am so proud of you that you went from DA to your city council. And I wish everybody can give you like a virtual like heart or a clap, because here's a person that was abroad and went home and became a part of the political process at home. So thank you so much, Robert, and we'll be in
Can I
touch,
say,
I'm
can I
sure.
say
Yeah.
one thing just to encourage folks on this platform a little bit? The word
Yeah.
America in the Latin actually means friend. I studied for Latin 4 years while I was in seminary in high school. The word means friends, friends or friend, America, Americus, Americae. I think one of the challenges that we've had is the administration, the regime, I would call it, that's in position now. They want to make us unfriendly to one another. When I go out and talk with people, I tell them it's not about being Democrat or Republican. It's really about being American, because that's first. And so a lot of people voted for me because I had a position about being America, being who we are, not having an identity that's party bound, but having an identity that's country bound, that's citizen bound. And so that's what I believe in. I believe if we want to get this back, I'm working on my dissertation right now. And while I have a theology background, when I came home during COVID, I also decided to help people. And so I got a master's in marriage and family therapy. I got licensed in Ohio. 95% of my clients were poor, Medicaid, Medicare bound. In the course of time, also my mother-in-law came to live with me. She's in a Medicare facility, and I learned how horrible healthcare really is in this country. And I had never seen that firsthand like I've seen it in Ohio. I've never seen the elements of affordable housing that are in other parts of the country. In Washington, D.C., we had a lot of issues with housing, but it was affordable to some and most. But when you come to a part of the United States that's considered to be red, there's something wrong with an idea that you have a red state and so many people on Medicaid, Medicare, and can't get their proper services. That an affordable house, even for a person who's in Section 8 or on some kind of I should have said substance from the city or their state or their community, they can't get in a home for less than $1,500 a month. That's a lot of money for some people.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I hear about the politicians, and first of all, I want to say I'm not a politician. When I was there, I wasn't a politician. I was a pastor for 25 years. I was there. I did a lot in business. But what I believe in serving people. I consider it a great honor and privilege to be able to serve the people of Ohio, people that I've never met. I met Ohio because I was in love with a woman that I met in South Africa, and she was Ohioan. And I don't know what it is about Ohio women, but once you get one, you got to keep following them. So that's what I did.
That's what I've heard.
Yes, we just celebrated our 10th anniversary 2 months ago, and so I'm happy to be in politics at this time in my life because I decided to run because I wanted to make a difference, and
Awesome.
I also felt that, I've always asked people to vote, but they say hope is not a strategy, and I think it is. I think people vote because they have hope. And so I'm preaching a lot of hope. I'm trying to encourage people in the place that they are to hold on and let's seek help. The other thing I want to close this is I heard David speak a little earlier. I believe in where we can go. I think we've been in this kind of place before, but not like this. I believe in the promises of America. I believe in the privilege of America, and certainly believe in the peace of America. And today I remember the call of Martin Luther King to present nonviolence as a key platform. And I'm all about that. We just need to sit wherever we can, sit in, protest, talk, keep talking, because the millions of us are far greater than the regime that's in. And so I think that by being just people, just being friends, just being neighbors, we can take America back and position it the way America ought to be. And then we'll know that this party will be clearly represented and a leader in this time. I think people are depressed. I think they have great anxieties. I studied psychology for the last 5 years or so, and I can see the elements of people. A lot of my neighbors that I walked up to, as wealthy as they might be, they're afraid. They have anxieties. They're depressed. And so I think we have to deal with people's minds in the sense of giving them healing that gives them hope. God bless you all. Thank you for this opportunity and this occasion. Angela, you're still a great sweetheart to the Democratic Party, and love you so much.
I love you too. Take care, Robert. Thanks for coming by, and good luck. We'll be in touch in the future.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, Angela, what's up?
Okay, our next speaker, Jay Quo, is here, but we're just gonna take 1 minute. And Nancy, can you come on for a second and just talk 1 minute? Can you introduce our Limerick contest? Because this is going to be ongoing throughout this event. It's very important that everybody know about this. Okay.
Hi, everyone. I'm your game host for the day. And we've got two things that we'll be doing some trivia questions during the day, and we have a Limerick contest. So we'll put the slide up with how the limerick contest works. You should write a limerick as soon as possible, but it has to be about voting from abroad. And put that limerick in the Q&A box, not in the chat box, because I will lose it. Put it in the Q&A box. Your limerick should have the theme of voting from abroad and then the limerick structure, which is AABBA. So, we're not going to be too cruel about variations, but it's got to sound good and rhyme. So, and when you see a limerick in that Q&A box, put a thumbs up. The most thumbs up is going to get the call out. So thank you so much. Should we, should I?
Well, I'm gonna put the one that I wrote in the chat so people can see it. And it starts off just like me. There once was a girl from Ohio who moved far away, mine's not Cairo. From abroad, she still knew her civic duty was true. So she voted overseas with great pride. Oh my, oh my. Oh my, oh my, oh. Oh my, oh. All right. So please write your limericks, put them in the Q&A, and now we'll move on. Ada, can you join us on screen, please? And
I am on screen. You should be able to see.
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
There we go.
Right.
I'm gonna add you, and I'm going to let you introduce our next guest.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Angela. It is my great pleasure and honor to introduce you all to Mr. Jay Kwa. He is an American civil rights attorney and author of the very, very popular political and legal Substack, The Status Quo. See what he did there. Jay is known for his accessible analyses of law and democratic resistance. It's actually kind of an incredible way to drink from the fire hose. He serves as chair-elect of the board of the Human Rights Campaign, the nation's largest LGBTQ plus civil rights organization. He's also a composer and theatrical producer known for Allegiance, a Broadway musical inspired by the Japanese American incarceration during World War II that starred George Takei. Jay, what a week it has been. Give us your on where you think.
A week. It's been a year and a week, right? It's a whole year and 2 weeks. Welcome to season 2.
Yeah, exactly. I saw a meme online that said, thank you for my free trial of 2026. I would like to unsubscribe.
Yes, that headed up my skeets and giggles last week. I loved that one because it does feel like we just want off this roller coaster, but there's no real way off. The only way out is through, and so we've got to power up and head down and plow forward. That's the way we'll do it. But it was inspired to hear the last speaker, Robert, talking about the struggle because I forget who said it, but every generation faces its own challenge and has an opportunity to step up and make the world better for the next generation. And this is our challenge. I mean, we have never faced a threat like this before. But I like to remind people about where we were last year or going into the first year of Trump. I mean, as soon as Trump took office, lots of crazy things started to happen, like Doge. That came out of almost like nowhere, right? Suddenly these programmers and software people are inside our systems and they're accessing things and our personal data and shutting down whole agencies and putting things through the wood chipper. It was insane. And the cry went out to everybody. What is happening? What is anybody doing about this, right? There was a sense that we were not prepared for what was coming at us. We were not prepared for the chaos, for the bad faith, for the lies. We knew it was going to be bad, but we didn't know exactly how. And it took a while for blue state governors, civil rights groups. They filed suit, but that all happens kind of behind the scenes, and everybody is wondering, is this going to be enough? And it didn't seem like it was going to be enough. And it took months for organized protests to gather steam and to become the No Kings, right? So that whole time we were all hair on fire, but also each holding small little garden hoses and not wondering what do we do, right? Now compare that to what happened in the first 2 weeks of January when they surged ICE and they came after Jerome Powell, and they did all they basically put us on red alert in the same kind of way they did when Trump first took office last January. But the response was incredibly different. And we should take heart from that. We should be very heartened by our response because the Minnesota AG and Hennepin County said, they're not going to investigate, we will investigate. Ordinary citizens, something like 80% of people have now viewed the Renee Good video, and normal people say they are lying, and they're calling it out. Even the Republicans said Jerome Powell is a bridge too far. You have Tom Tillis, not exactly known for his spine, saying he will block the next nominee so long as this criminal investigation continues. Now, he's got the power to actually do this. He's the 13th vote on the Senate Banking Committee, right? They need their 13 votes. Otherwise, it's a tie vote. He could actually stop Jerome Powell from ever having to leave office if he wanted to. And that would be kind of hilarious. But, and then compare the public response to the ICE surges. We had protests erupt overnight, basically, around the country. And they were organized, and the media was there, and we have not just the big media, but we have lots of small media covering this so that people have access to what's actually going on. They don't have to rely upon those. So the infrastructure got built around that. So I go into this, we call it episode 2 of season 2, and with great trepidation, but also great hope, because I see that our response is very different than it was a year before. And we actually, I think that gives us momentum and juice going into what y'all are doing, which is getting out the vote for November, the most critical midterm this country has faced in probably over 100 years.
So that's all.
That's a statement.
Oh, that's all. Okay, great. Do we have some questions for Jay in the chat?
Yeah, if anybody has a question, let me just see. People are also putting limericks in there. So let me just see. But while we're waiting, if you have a question for Jay, please put it in the Q&A box. But while we're waiting, I have a quick thought. I love how you face it as season 1 and season 2. Like I'm ready for the season finale, to be honest. Yeah, where the the bad guy gets his comeuppance. So
Right. Well,
yeah.
what's interesting, when you think about it as the attention span of the public, everybody keeps saying, well, the Epstein files are not top of mind. The Epstein files have been pushed aside by Venezuela, by Greenland, by ICE. And my feeling is this, the folks in charge of pushing the narrative forward on the Epstein files, they've been successful at recapturing the attention of the American public when they need to and when there's something newsworthy. And so, like a serialized whodunit, that's going to keep popping up. And the more they try to cover this up, you've only seen 1% of the files, which is actually really crazy. And the more that gets uncovered, the greater the public interest will be. It's like this. If you think back to how they used to do books, like Tales of the City came out in serialized form in the newspapers originally, and people just couldn't wait to get it. Or like the modern day version is like in Bridgerton when that newsletter comes out, everybody's grabbing it, and because then people are going to come back to the Epstein files again and again and again because it's too compelling. right? And what's almost kind of ironic about the fact that they keep distracting us from the files is that we get a break from it, because if it was nonstop Epstein, we would actually probably like it would numb us. But the fact that they give us this other stuff to look at for a while and we come back to the Epstein files just makes it more interesting in some ways. And so, I don't think that strategy is going to work on ultimately by Trump. I think that the public is too locked in and needs to know how this ends, right?
Yeah.
They're not going to be satisfied until they know what all the blackout stuff says, and
Well,
what all the hidden files, where all the hidden files are.
Well, yeah, that's true. I agree that they're giving us too much time to think about it, and I've seen a few videos with women that were Epstein accusers, and they probably never want that stuff to come out, but it's already out.
Right.
It's already out.
I mean, there's
Yeah.
a whole picture book of Trump that they forgot to redact that was sitting in Epstein's desk. That's right there. Like, what's the rest of the photo book say, right? We know that there are photos. We know he was there. We know all these things. It's like, and MAGA is slowly coming to the realization. It's like, first they were like, no, it's all Democrats. And they're like, who is Trump protecting in the Epstein files? I'm like, oh my God, you're almost there. You're almost there. Like, who is he protecting? Who does he always protect?
Yeah,
Number
who's
one.
the only one he protects? Everybody
Yeah.
else he throws under the bus. Yeah, it's him.
Exactly.
Like, surprise.
Right.
I
This
have
is
a
like
question.
this is being in the murder mystery, and everybody's pointing to the same
Yeah.
person, and the half the people are going, I don't know. It's extremely frustrating, but here we
Yeah,
are.
it is. We have a question from the audience. How can we as voters and citizens support efforts to protect democracy, safety, rule of law, human rights, etc. in the US? In addition to voting and donating, are there letter writing campaigns, phone call campaigns, etc.? Is there anything that legal/human rights folks in Canada can do to support?
So, it's I got a lot of questions from people who are overseas who are like, am I allowed to donate? Am I allowed to help? There's American citizens can do what they need to do civically and not run afoul. Although sometimes the Act Blue donations get it mixed up because like, oh, it's a foreign address and so we can't. So, but sort of speaking more specifically, I think it's very important for folks to get strategic about where they put their time. There's a sense that's like, I'm just gonna, I don't know, what races to help. Number one, it's like, um, help where you feel you can be the most authentic. So if you have a passion about something, whether it's civil rights or abortion rights or LGBTQ rights, zero in on that and make that, because like um, any politician or any leader, authenticity isn't just about other people believing what you are doing. It's about you having the passion to do what you want to do. And so find the thing that really gets you up and going in the morning, and focus on that issue. Maybe it's two issues, but don't spread yourself too thin. One. Second, it's like, get specific about the races. If you have if you're from a purple state and you think, I could have the most impact by volunteering for this, even if it's like a city council race, right? Do that, because, the, this war will not be won by everybody piling onto the same thing. It's a million, tens of millions of small little actions that one, stand in the gears of the fascist folks. Two, make small differences in each community, which is the way you build a blue wave. A wave is made up of many, many drops. It's not some wall coming at you. It's actually multiple different people acting together in the same direction. And so a lot of people feel paralyzed by the idea that they can't make a big difference. It's like, that's the wrong approach. You don't need to make a big difference. You need to make a difference. And so and the thing is, that kind of feeling can be very contagious when you bring your energy to a small group, or place it upon a very specific thing. Everybody else can feel that passion, and it will it will succeed. One of the things that most heartened me about the last general election was how many school boards we flipped, how the Moms for Liberty lost everywhere, right? That didn't happen because people were donating to the Democratic National Committee, although you can do that. It happened because people got involved locally. Now, obviously, as Democrats abroad, you've got one sort of step away from that, but everybody's electronic now. Everybody's on Zoom, so you can pick the very specific things that will have very concrete results that matter to you. And ultimately, we're the people we live with every day, right? We're the people that we wake up to every day. And so I think, if I could give one suggestion, it is to do the thing that you're passionate about.
Yeah, I agree. There are so many things to do. If somebody could put our volunteer link out into the chat, that would be awesome. And you can also, you don't have to volunteer with Global, you can volunteer with your own country committee. Everyone needs help. And once it hits spring in the Northern Hemisphere, we're going to be out hitting the streets trying to find voters. So please volunteer and do something, and you would be surprised how much better it will make you feel. Even if you just help 5 people, it will make you feel better. We have a quick question on a subject that I'm super concerned about, our transgender community. A person in the audience says that they're really worried about their transgender nephew in Pennsylvania, and that it's a big week coming up from the Supreme Court. I think they're hearing something like this. What can we do to support the transgender members of our communities and our family, etc.?
So, I think that we need to understand first why it is that they are attacking the trans community. And I think that when folks understand the historical context a little bit better, the general public, they can understand that this isn't just some random thing that the right is doing. It is actually part of a historical playbook. And so I always like to start from core principles then. And I'll get to specifics about how to help trans folks now, but I think that setting the context is extremely important. The story I like to tell is the one that dates us back to the 1930s in Germany. We saw a lot of book burnings in the 1930s, but what people don't realize is that the very first book burning was not a burning of Jewish books or intellectual communist books. It was a burning of the Institute of Sexual Health. That was an institute serving the trans community. That was a targeted attack upon a vulnerable, hated minority, and the idea was to try to organize hate and violence toward a powerless group, and who's less powerless than a sexual minority that's misunderstood and is just trying to find safety, right? Nobody was going to stand up for that group, and so that was when you understand that was the first attack, then every time you hear the right wing say, we want to eradicate transgenderism, we want to destroy this evil idea, what they're hearkening back to is what the Nazis did in the 30s. And so everybody needs to understand that, because once you do, then you understand that this is driven by hate, by fear, and by pain. And so it's vitally important that we raise that issue every time people come for the trans community. It's like, you are acting like the Nazis did in the 1930s, right? And we will not stand for that, not this time. We need to so when we stand up for the trans community, it is because we're standing up for people who other people believe they could bully and commit genocide upon, right? That's their ultimate goal. And it begins by differentiating them, writing laws against them, everything that they did, to other folks eventually. But they start with the people they think that everybody else will just turn their backs against. And so, that is the slope they want to push us down. And so people who want to be anti-fascist and want to stand up for vulnerable communities, here's your chance. This is happening right before our eyes. There are laws they are writing against this community intended to harm it, right? And so beginning from that principle is so important, and I think that sometimes gives us the moral foundation on which to act. And so I think that what's lacking, I think, in all of this conversation is, they say you're targeting trans kids in sports, and that's not even a problem. There aren't that many, and that's all true, right? Or you're targeting teens trying to get medical care, and that's really mean. Okay, it is mean, but it's also extremely fascist. And what they're trying to get us do is to allow an othering to happen, and to allow a denial of basic human rights to one group. And so I always begin that these pieces of legislation do not come from a place of wanting to help people. They come from a place of wanting to stir up hate. They want to stir up division. They want to, and so uh, yes, they are also there are also ridiculous priorities, right? But that misses the notion that these are dangerous. These kinds of laws are dangerous, and so you know. I like to start from there and then talk about like how we can really help. One is, the visibility for the trans community can be very difficult. So visibility of its allies is critical. And so we need folks, not backing off, but actually standing with at all times. When there is, you know, a Supreme Court decision affecting trans people, as there was an oral argument the other day, you saw allies, PFLAG and others at the Supreme Court. That's so important because the thing that most trans folks, I have a trans nephew, the thing they feel the most right now is abandonment, and that they are expendable. They felt like targets during the 2024 election, and they need to feel our love and our embrace at all times. And so the most important thing any ally can do is speak out against whenever they see these kinds of laws or these kinds of things. If you know and then to repeat the story that this is a fascist tactic, and if you are anti-fascist, if you don't believe that one group should be demonized so that they can teach how to spread hate and fear, if you disagree with that, and we all do, then we need to say it. We need to say it again and again and again in public spaces, in fora, online, and call it out. We can call it out when we see fascism taking place against Latinos and Somalis and others in Minneapolis. People are standing up, ordinary people are protesting and marching. And we need to see that energy too for the trans community. And people are afraid because they're like, oh, if I stand up for the trans community, am I going to be also targeted? It's like, well, if you stand up with the Somali community right now, you might be targeted. And so this is a time for bravery, right? This is a time to speak out. Oh, I might get doxxed, I might get trolled. That's nothing compared to having your freedom, your lives, your medical care taken away. So these are the moments that we get tested. But again, the message I'm not hearing is enough of is that we will not stand for hate and division. We will not stand for fear and prejudice, and we will not allow you to take your power and impose it upon a defenseless minority who just want to live their lives, who aren't hurting anybody, right? And so that's I feel very, very deeply about this, not only because I'm chair elect of the HRC, and not only because I have a trans family member, but because I'm human, and my ability to have compassion in this moment is a test of that humanity. And I think we're all being tested, and I hope that more and more people pass that test.
I hope so too. I hope so too. We have to protect all of our vulnerable communities, especially transgender people. I have a very dear friend that we've been friends. She's transgender. We've been friends for such a long time. People were using a slur to refer to her. That's how in that time period. And she's a very sweet, sweet woman. And I love her dearly, as I do love all transgender people.
Right.
Because, yeah.
We all need to Renee Good that shit. We need to pull our cars in front of them. We need to be brave, even in the face of especially in the face of fascism and hate. That this is what we all need to do.
Yes. Thank you so much, Jay Quo. Can somebody please put his links out in the chat so we can keep up with status quo? And thank you so much for coming to join us today. It's been a pleasure. I'm going to have to start reading your Substack.
Of course. My pleasure. Thank you, Ada, for the invitation.
Yes. Thank you, Ada.
Bye.
All right. So we are at the end of our first segment, and we're a little bit behind time. So what we're going to do is we're just going to push forward for a second. And I think we're going to push forward. Anne, could you please introduce our next guest?
All right. Are we having
Our next guest should be Senator Lisa Blunt from Rochester, from Delaware.
the senator here?
I think so. Nick, are
Nick?
you the senator?
He is logging in any minute.
Oh, any minute. All right. Well, then we'll go backwards. No worries. Just give a shout out when she gets here. Okay.
Yeah, let us know.
All right. Let's add Nancy into the mix.
Yeah.
We've gotten a lot of limericks also.
We've got limericks. So can everyone go in the Q&A box and put a thumbs up on your favorite limerick so I can find it and read the best ones? Can I ask one trivia question in the meantime?
Yeah, please do. Go for the trivia.
Joel, I think the trivia question poll, so you can all vote on this, and there's multiple choice. What year is the FPC? Oh, excuse me.
That's not
What
it.
is the FPCA used for? You can answer one question.
Yeah.
I know most of you know this, but this is for some light fun.
Well, that's right. And it's also for people that are watching online that maybe don't know the answer to the question. Yeah, for sure. Okay. Wow, look at that. Okay, everyone knows the answer. That's really great.
Let's see. I didn't see it.
Oh, I can see it, but that's okay. All right, I'm gonna share the results. Hold on. Let's see if everybody can see it. Can everybody see that now? The correct answer is, of course,
everyone knows,
requesting an absentee ballot. And how do you do that? You go to votefromabroad.org and request an absentee ballot.
What does FPCA mean?
Federal postcard application, something like that. Yeah. Okay.
Worst acronym ever.
Yeah, it is. But it was made a long time ago before marketing was probably marketing voting was a thing.
Can we ask a second trivia question really fast? This one's faster.
Sure, go ahead.
Because this might have something to do with it.
What's the next question?
The next question. What year were the United States citizens residing abroad guaranteed the right to vote? Let's see if you can get the
is.
slide up for the poll. I
Yeah.
can fill you in on some multiple choice questions in the meantime to start thinking
Wow.
about it.
I can't find that question, Nancy. Oh, wait. Oh, there it is. Joel found it. There you go.
Senators in the House.
Yes, I see that. And so is Martha. We're going to just switch right over. Okay. A lot of you guys are really smart, I think. Um, so smart you didn't fall for 1789.
1986.
Yeah, let's see what the actual results are. Okay, there we go. The correct answer is 1986. So we've been able to vote for at least 40 years from abroad. All
And
right.
that was the UOCAVA Act, signed in by Ronald Reagan.
And we still have to defend it. They're going to try and take it away.
So I'll read the limericks next time.
Yep. All right. We're going to bring on our next two speakers. 1 second. We're going to welcome our international chair, Martha McDevitt Pugh, and she's going to introduce our next guest.
Thanks so much, Angela. It's been great being on the webinar today. Really, really pleased to be here. And I'm, more than delighted to introduce our next guest, Senator Lisa Blunt Rochester of Delaware. So prior to serving in the U.S. Congress, the senator lived and worked abroad in Europe and Asia, including for USAID. Senator Blunt Rochester is a junior United States Senator from Delaware, was first elected in 2024, and upon her election, she became the first woman and the first African American to represent Delaware in the Senate. Prior to serving in the Senate, she served as a United States Congresswoman from Delaware from 2017 to 2025. In the Senate, Blunt Rochester serves on 4 committees: Commerce, Science and Transportation, Environment and Public Works, Health, Education, Labor and Pensions, and Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs. She's also the Vice Chairwoman of the Democratic Senate Campaign Committee and the Chairwoman of the DSCC's Women's Senate Network. And she has lived, worked in, or traveled to 33 countries. So I'm honored to introduce the Senator to speak next. And Senator, please take it away.
Well, first of all, Martha, thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be with Democrats abroad, and I wore my blue. So I wanted to represent today, and I'm just excited that you are all there and that you are participating, especially at this point in the history of this country. And so I welcome you. I greet you from the great state of Delaware, the first state, and look forward to any questions that you have. And just excited to be with you this morning, which I'm sure for some of you is the afternoon or the evening. I'm glad to be here.
Well, thank you so much for joining us today. I would like to first ask you, what's it been like to be in Congress during these times, to be in the Senate, to experience all these things that we're just watching? We're just watching them on the news and reading about them. What's it like for you?
Right. Well, as was just shared, and I don't think a lot of people make this connection, but for me, I came into the House having never run for anything in my life in 2016 with Donald Trump in the majority. The Republicans were in the majority in the House and in the Senate. And I came into the House. And as I said, I had never run for anything. I started as an intern, actually, for the Congressman Tom Carper, who represented our state. I went to a town hall meeting as a grad student, and I had my 2-year-old son on my hip, and I told him, I wanted to get involved, and he told me that his office had internships, and that internship went from serving in his office, in his congressional office, then serving as Secretary of Labor under him in his cabinet when he was governor, then his colleague when I got elected to the House and he was our senator. And today I sit in his actual office. And I will tell you, I ran just because I had lost my husband a year before he played a game of basketball before his business meetings, and blood clots went to his heart and lungs, and Charles died from these blood clots. And I was very sad. I was in a very dark place myself. I thought I was going to lose my faith. And I literally saw a dad and three kids in front of me in the supermarket put back grapes. And that propelled me to like wake up. I'm going to be okay. I have a house, I have family, I'm okay. But a lot of people were struggling, and I decided to run and came in with Donald Trump. And I tell you this to say, this time it's like on steroids. You know, we knew that there was Project 2025. Um, we knew who this person was because he showed us before. But I think not even Republicans who voted for him expected him to do the things, the lawless things that he is doing in this very present moment. And so I will say, for me, some days it feels it can feel exhausting for people. But years ago, I heard I was at a Black women's retreat, and they said there was a saying, we should be conscious but not consumed. I'm conscious of the fact that he is doing these things and that this administration is doing these things. But if I let it consume me, I can't do the work. And so for me, every day is about getting up and saying, what can I do in this very present moment? What can we as Democrats do in this very present moment? And for me, that has been my real focus, is to make sure that I wake up each and every day thinking about the personal attacks that he is doing to our country, as well as to our institutions. And for me, I'm going to just continue. I wake up, like I said, I do things to also take care of myself, which is very important. And if nothing else, my message to people is, in this present time, also take care of yourself, because we can't do this work if we don't. The other thing that I would share, what it's like for me to be in the Senate at this moment, is that I also know that when I walk onto that Senate floor, I can hear my ancestors who built that place whisper to me, "You got this." And I think that's important for us to remember as well, is that there were people who came before us that went through things sometimes even more challenging, more difficult, and that we have to stay strong. And so I'm also buoyed and lifted by the history, and also by the fact that I now have a granddaughter. I go in there and I think of Lennox when I'm on that Senate floor. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that's so moving. And it's encouraging too. It makes me feel really more confident. But I have a question for you, if you don't mind, Senator. There is a growing sense that it's the Senate that is the only institution that can really stop this Trump train, that can really stop it. And so what do you say to people who believe that the Senate is moving too cautiously, Democrats and Republicans, and that we're missing this moment where the Senate could really be the active voice for us?
Right. You know, what I say is that, again, I think when people came into this new Trump era, there was almost a moment of getting your bearings and understanding, well, what power do we have? So, for example, for me, you know, the first vote for one of his nominees was Marco Rubio, I think, and he got unanimous support. The second vote, I think, was maybe Scott Bessent. I voted for him and then was immediately disappointed. And I said, I'm not voting for another Trump nominee again until we see a real president. And I haven't voted for any of them. That's a piece of power that I have that I'm using. we also have worked to slow down. There are things that probably people don't even see from the outside, but even slowing down the floor action. We were able to, over the summer, slow down the floor action so that some of these bad nominees and some of these bad bills didn't even, that it took time to make it to the floor, which meant it was less time to do damage. I think even in this very last fight during the shutdown, which was hard, it was hard. It was hard on the American people because we recognized that they did not care if they cut people off of SNAP food assistance. They did not care if they cut people's health care. And that, for us to go 40 days and say, no, we're not going to, even people who wanted to vote yes in our caucus kept voting no over and over and over again. And I think the other piece, that's kind of like some of the defensive stuff, but on the offense, we've got a Cory Booker and Tina Smith, two incredible senators who came to our caucus in the very beginning of the year and said to us last year, we've got to really step up our game and how we communicate with people, because we're thinking people are on TV when they're on social media, and the Republicans have either bought the platforms or know how to use the platforms or bought the influencers. And so we had to learn and step up our game to the point where now Democratic senators have the loudest voices on social media because we've learned, we've done outreach, we've had experts come in to talk to us. And so again, part of it was making sure that we got our muscle, that we built our muscle. And now I'm so excited about who we have attracted to run so that we can win back the majority. That is goal number one, is that we need a backstop to these folks, whether it's us winning back the House, which I believe we will, and us winning back the Senate. That's our goal right now, is to win, win, win.
Hey, well, on that theme, you're a part of the DSCC. What are you guys doing to take back the Senate? Because that's important for all of us. We want to help you.
Well, let me tell you what happened. When I won my election, I got a call from Leader Schumer to say congratulations. I said, I don't want you to congratulate me. I just want to know one question. What can I do to help us win back the majority? Well, when you ask a question like that, you get a job. And so now I am one of the vice chairs of the DSCC. Kirsten Gillibrand is our chair. Mark Kelly is a vice chair, the senator from Arizona. And Adam Schiff is the third vice chair. And our work has been to, number one, think about the map that we have. As Democrats, we have to hold 13 seats. The Republicans have a harder map. They've got to hold 22 seats. Our most challenging race that we've got to hold is Georgia, Jon Ossoff. The DS came out from the very beginning, got his first field office opened. Jon is killing it. He's working very hard. He's got momentum. He's raising the money that he needs to raise, and he is an incredible representation of Democrats. And so Jon is on his way. We think we're going to be able to hold those 13 seats, but it's not enough to hold the 13 seats. We got to expand by at least 4. And so we are excited because when I said yes to that assignment, I said to somebody, I kind of had to squint to see our path to victory. It's now come more into focus with incredible candidates like Governor Roy Cooper from North Carolina, who is in a purple state and has won statewide and is beloved. He hit the ground running, came out the gate raising money. Secondly, we've got Ohio, where now Sherrod Brown has put his hat back in the ring. We're excited about the momentum there as well. Again, somebody who's a proven leader and who has won statewide in his state. we see opportunity for a pickup in Maine because Susan Collins is vulnerable this time. And I don't know if people have felt that before, but in this race, there are dynamics like she's never had to run where Trump wasn't on the ballot. There's opportunities there. And then most recently, the one I really want to focus on that just happened, in case you haven't heard the news, Alaska is in play.
Yes.
Congresswoman, former Congresswoman Mary Peltola, who I had the opportunity to serve with. The great thing about Mary's state and my state is that we run at large anyway. So she also has run and won before statewide. And she already, like she just announced, and already $1.5 million has come in to help her with her campaign. So we see that, but we're not counting out Texas. We're not counting out Mississippi. We've got a new guy, first time ever, African-American guy in Mississippi who actually has a law enforcement background, district attorney. He was denied being a federal judge because of the person he's running against, which many of you might know, Cindy Hyde-Smith. And she blocked his nomination, and now he's running against her and has come out of the gate as well with a lot of energy, a lot of momentum, and is actually breaking some records as well for Mississippi. So we're not just looking at the ones that we have to hold, we're looking at expanding. And it's now more clear and now in focus. Even the news reports are saying, oh, wait a minute, the Senate might actually be in play. So we know it's going to be hard. That's why we're working hard. But again, I think as Americans abroad, you need to know who's out there, who you can help, what, those are the races that are going to really help us to win back the majority. It's possible.
Yeah, I completely agree with you that once what might have been impossible in some states, people are very dissatisfied. So again, I hate to seem like a person harping on the same theme, but please request your absentee ballot. Doesn't matter what state you are, and make sure you vote in all the positions that you're able to vote in. Some
Yeah.
people can vote. There are 32 states that can vote all the way down their ballot, and some only get federal, but Senate and House are federal positions, so everybody gets those on their ballot. Please vote.
I love what Ada said in the chat. You can't win if you don't vote. Amen.
Yeah,
Amen.
that is true. Martha, would you like to ask the next question, please?
Yeah, thanks. Senator, thanks so much for giving us that really succinct rundown of some of the critical races in the Senate. As Democrats abroad, we know ourselves as an electorate that can help win close races. So in 2024, there were more votes from abroad than Senator Slotkin's margin of victory. Roy Cooper was elected by governor for the first time with a very small margin that was smaller than the votes from abroad. So we know that our votes can really matter, but we also know that there's many attacks on the vote from abroad, including the SAVE Act, which I know is not like on the docket right now for the Senate. But I just wanted you to know that we have sent in hundreds of statements and letters from Americans abroad that are with Senator Padilla should the SAVE Act come up. And I just wondered if you want to remark on either the SAVE Act or any of the other efforts to silence voters abroad.
Yeah, well, first of all, I shared with you a couple of things that the DS is doing in terms of holding seats, expanding seats. I shared with you some of what our Democratic caucus is doing in terms of getting the word out to non-traditional places. But one of the other key areas, and our caucus just had a briefing on this on Friday, is also about voter protection. This election, more than any, we always say this is the most consequential. No, this election, when we have a president who is hinting at not having an election, this election is going to be vital. And so I would first of all tell you that it is top of mind that we're looking at voter protection efforts. It is important that we kind of stave off any of the things, any of the legislation that's going to hinder us even further. But even the cadre of lawyers across the country has been so important. And I know there are many lawyers who are also part of Democrats abroad. It is important that you use whatever skills that you have in this very present moment. Many of you might not know, I actually I lived in Shanghai. I've lived and worked and traveled to over 33 countries. My son was born in Paris. I got to work at USAID, a USAID project in Jordan. But when I lived in Shanghai, that's when I got a chance to vote remotely for, at that time, Barack Obama. And your work, your presence, as you even said yourself, you are the tipping point for many of these very close elections. And in this elections, we don't need things to be close at all. We need to have overwhelming majorities so that they can't even question. So every single vote that you give really counts. And I always think back to a saying that my sister, who actually ran the Obama campaign in Delaware, she had a saying that these elections are about four things, you know, four V's, she called them. Number one, we definitely need your vote. Number two, we need volunteers. And that's the great thing about what you're doing too, is mobilizing and organizing and making sure that people get out and understand what to do. We need your voice. That's key. And you know, no matter what. And the last thing is, Marla would say, we need money. And Marla would say, money does not start with a V, but if you don't have it, you can't have victory. So we really appreciate all of the work that you're doing in every single one of those areas. And it's going to be, again, even more necessary in this election. Even what we are seeing happening in Minneapolis, and this threat of the Insurrection Act, I can tell you, we have just recently been seeing glimpses of Republicans standing up to the president. This four times in the House, the House Republicans have had to go against their leadership and do discharge petitions to release bills onto the floor for votes. You know, we are now hearing that there are Republicans that are talking to the administration about not talking about the Insurrection Act and not, so everything that you can do as an individual and as a collective counts in this election cycle and will count in 2028.
Awesome. Yeah. Democrats abroad is the margin of victory. So everyone needs to make sure they vote because we have to win for the sake of our families, for the sake of our own lives, for the sake of the world. We need to win. I have one last question for you because I know you're on a timetable. This is, I was going to ask one question, but I'm just going to read what this person wrote. They wrote, I returned to the US from Japan last year, and upon returning here, filed for a fiance visa for my fiance, who is a citizen of Brazil and half Japanese, and also a permanent resident of Japan. We had every hope that her visa would be granted. However, we recently heard the news that Brazil was added to the list of countries for which visa processing was suspended. This person has to return to Japan because he can't live away from his fiance, but he wants to know if Democrats retake the House and the Senate, will the regular visa processing for these countries be restored?
Well, you know, to me, everything is on the line with this election. That would be my hope that you know, whether it is our reproductive freedoms, whether it is, you know, making sure that we respect countries that have been, we're not even respecting countries that are our allies. And so, again, what I hope to see, number one, I hope to see us win back the House. And again, that creates a backstop, that creates some opportunities for oversight. The same is true for the Senate. And with the Senate, it's even probably more vital when you think about not just nominations, but treaties and international affairs. I think it's really important. And I think you will see us try to. Here's my thing. I feel that even as Democrats, we have to acknowledge that many people have been historically hurting, coming from all different backgrounds. And it is important for us as we look to the future to not think about going back to the past, but think about how do we build it up? How do we build a new America? I recently said in a floor speech that this president can tear down the East Wing. He can put his name on buildings. Our country's foundation is not built on buildings. It's built on values. As we celebrate the 250th anniversary of our country, we need to look at those values that are the foundation and that we aspire to and live them. And so that is part of who we are, welcoming people from other countries. That is who we are in our DNA, what was the aspiration and the inspiration of who we are. Now it's just time to fight, to get back the country, and to live those aspirations for our children and our children's children. That's it. That's it.
Wow. Thank you so much for your time today. This has been, listening to you has been amazing. And we're going to do everything we can to make sure that we win the Senate this year.
We've got this. We've got
Yeah,
this.
We've
we've
got it.
got it.
We've
We've
got it.
got it 100%. So thank you so much, Senator. And have
Thank
a
you.
wonderful day and stay strong.
Au
Stay
revoir.
strong.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Wiedersehen.
Ciao.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh,
Okay.
my goodness. I love my California senators, but I think I'm a little bit jealous of my Delaware friends.
Well, I'm definitely jealous because all my senators are Republicans. So
She's remarkable, and what an
yeah.
honor. Thank you so much for organizing us to all be here today, Angela and your team.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. Let's bring on our mistress of games.
We need some games.
Here I am.
Yes.
I have a few tears in my eyes because she was so fantastic and all the speakers are so emotional. So on to our top-rated limerick. To remind everyone, the limerick had to be put in the Q&A and a thumbs up put on it. The winner for the moment, and we will keep going on as time
Read
goes.
it. I'm excited.
I'll read it. There once was a Louisianan so spry, I moved off to China as years drifted by. Though far from the poles, I still honor my roles, casting boats with the stars waving high.
Yay.
Beautiful.
That's a good one. Oh, there's another one here that
From
it seems
Lisa.
to. Okay, go ahead. Read it.
Okay, this has 4 stars. There once was a voter with hope that laws would be followed, but nope. All was not lost because those from abroad acted and kept democracy afloat. Yay!
Oh, yay. That was excellent. That was excellent.
Really good one.
Yeah. Are there any other ones that we can read?
Yes. Wait, there were some. Where were they going? From Courtney King, I cast my vote from the state to decide on our Arkansas fate. Across the wide sea from a distance for me, I'm sending my homegrown hope. There's more, but I have to find the orders. Let me read.
Oh,
Like,
wait, there's
They're
yeah,
great.
let me read this one that I found. Our vote from abroad is a must, because if we don't, it's a bust. It's it's a constitutional and civic duty, a right we share in all its beauty for those who place us their trust.
My goodness. We're such a talented group around the world, aren't we?
I am impressed.
I'm so impressed.
Now,
Yeah.
would you all like a trivia question?
Yes, please.
All right. How about this one? What was the first state that allowed women in the USA the right to vote?
Ooh,
And if we don't
okay.
have the slide, I can tell you
Well, let's see. Hold
the
on.
multiple
This
choice.
I can try to
It
put
was
it up
question
really
4.
quickly. Hold on, got it. First woman's vote. Here we go. All right, people. Which state was it?
This is a little trick question.
Yeah, look at that. The answers are
Angela, read the answers because I've got a dog.
okay. All right. The answers are Washington, D.C., Massachusetts, Wyoming, or Delaware. I'm gonna show the poll. Here we go. Everybody see that? The correct answer is Wyoming, if you can believe that.
Not surprising.
Wyoming used to be a different type of place than it is now. All right. Let's go on to our next segment. Just want to make sure Heidi is here. Um, let me get all of you off the screen, and I will, if we can bring Heidi on, that would be great.
I am here, yes.
Okay, super. Hold on, wait. You can just replace Heidi with me.
Okay, and I can share slides, okay?
Yep, you can share slides, no worries.
Okay.
Right.
Should I get started or should I wait?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Welcome Heidi Birch, our GOTV general, who's leading the fight.
Leading the fight with the cough. Sorry for if I start coughing in the middle of this, but hi everyone. My name is Heidi Birch. I live outside of Toronto in Canada. I've been abroad for over 20 years. And I am the chair of the Global GOTV team for Democrats Abroad. I'm going to share some slides with you right now about how and why we should vote. Here, let me pull up the slides. Hopefully everyone's seeing this. U.S. citizens, Americans abroad, we must vote this year. 2026 is, of course, a hugely critical election. And I'm here to talk about why and how we all should vote. Ballots and boxes, it's the most important thing we can do. Why vote from abroad? Because we matter. Our votes count like every other U.S. citizen's votes. And in many critical races, and I'm sorry, I might have lost my video. Wait, in many critical races, we can be the deciding factor. In many races in the past, we helped elect both Georgia senators, we helped elect the Arizona senators, and those are the big marquee races. In races across the country, there are so many that are decided by just a few votes. We can be that critical margin of error. And in 2026, there's going to be hundreds and thousands of races, not just the big marquee races, but taking back the state legislatures, taking back the courts, the school boards, even. Some of us can vote all the way down the ballot, but whatever races you can vote in, you can make a difference. So who votes from abroad? You know, we're so many different types of voters. We're people who came abroad for school, for military, for government, for work, because we love to travel, digital nomads.
whatever. We are citizens and we have the right to vote. We are a huge untapped voting bloc. There's many, many more US citizens who are abroad, either for travel or for permanently, who don't know they can vote. And our job is to get out the word to them that yes, you can vote, and it's not that hard. We can help you. That's what we are here for. Our right to vote is enshrined in a federal law, and all you need to do is fill out this one form. It will get you federal protections. It's much better to use the federal form, even nowadays, than it is to try to go through your state and say you're still a domestic voter. You will get a ballot for every election in the full calendar year at least. And you'll be able, every election that you're able to vote in, whether it's a primary or a general election or a special election. And there's also a way that if you don't get your ballot in time, you can still vote. But you need to fill out this form. And the good news is you can do it at votefromabroad.org, which I'll talk about in a minute. We know lots of US voters abroad, even in greater percentages than in the US, just don't vote. And I think the reason is a lot of people don't know they can. So we're here to inform them about that right now. And also, they get confused because each state has different rules. But you don't have to worry about that. We're here to help people. And you do have to start early is the main thing. The main thing is please start early because it does take longer. You're not able to just show up at the polling place on election day. But if you follow the steps, it's easy and quick and you can get it done. So as I was saying, votefromabroad.org is the one site everyone can go to who is living abroad or is voting from abroad this year. It will help you fill out the form. It will customize it for you, for your state, what your category is. It will tell you what you need to do to get your ballot, to request your ballot. And then when you get your ballot, we will help you make sure you get it back on time. That's the most, if you need that help, we are there every step of the way at votefromabroad.org. We have volunteers who will help you 24/7. And here's the screenshot of the landing page. As you see here, you can just either request your ballot, we'll go in and take you through the form, or you can also click on Find Help here, and you will find help. We you can either email us, and we have a voter help desk where we will respond, or you can request an appointment to talk live to a voting assistant via Zoom. Or we also have just drop-in Zoom rooms that are listed, and you can just mark that on your calendar to come in and talk to somebody. So please go to votefromabroad.org. That's the website, and we will help you every step of the voting journey. So do it now, as we say. First, go to votefromabroad.org as soon as you can. The form that you fill out is good for at least the full calendar year. So send it in now and you are covered. And if there are any problems or if you have any concerns, work them out now. It's much easier to do it in January, February, March than it is November 1st for November 3rd election. If you have so doing it early and getting things done early is the main takeaway for overseas voters. And if you need any help, we have a variety of ways for you to get help. And then spread the word. Let everyone you know who is a US citizen or who may know US citizens know that they have the right to vote, and they can go to votefromabroad.org and we will help them. Thank you. Thank you very much. And if there are any questions in the chat, I will be happy to answer them, or any right now. But thank you all so much. You're going to stop sharing and see
Thank
if
you
my
so
video will
much.
work? No? You're very welcome. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Heidi. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Remember, vote early. I mean, not vote early, vote early and often. Get your ballots early. Get your ballots early because you need to vote in the primaries. We need more good people in our Congress, in our Senate, in our House, in our state houses, like the senator that we see, Senator Lisa Rochester Blunt. She's an excellent senator, and we need more fighters. So, our next guest, we're going to hear from one of our global leaders, Dana Freeling. Dana, would you join me on the stage?
Yes, so delighted to be here. Thank you. I'm the chair of the Environment and Climate Crisis Council. I'm also the vice chair of DA Finland. Today is about something simple but powerful, making sure Americans abroad are registered to vote. And for those of us who care about climate, the environment, and global cooperation, this is not just a civic box to check. It is a frontline act of climate defense. Because right now, our climate future is under direct assault. I think you know that. The Trump administration has withdrawn the United States from international climate and environmental agreements, stepping away from global cooperation at precisely the moment when the climate crisis demands shared solutions. These agreements are not symbolic. They reduce emissions, protect ecosystems, and support vulnerable communities. When the US pulls out, it weakens the global response. At the same time, we've seen the dismantling of USAID and other agencies that support climate resilience, clean energy access, food security, and disaster preparedness. These programs help communities withstand climate shocks and reduces instability. Cutting them has real consequences far beyond US borders. Stateside, the Environmental Protection Agency and other institutions responsible for clean air and water and the transition to renewable energy are being hollowed out. Scientists are sidelined, protections rolled back, and fossil fuel interests elevated over public health and climate action. For Americans abroad, this is not abstract. We are experiencing climate change firsthand, all over the world, and we see clearly how US actions reverberate globally. I'm calling in today from Arctic Finland. Here, global warming is accelerating faster than the global average. Seasonal temperatures are breaking records year after year. Winters are shorter, ecosystems are shifting, and changes once projected decades into the future, they're happening now. This is what climate disruption looks like up close. And this is why US leadership, or rather US absence, matters so much. Here's the key point. Every one of these policies is the result of elections. Midterm elections matter. They determine Congress, budgets, oversight. They decide whether environmental protections are defended or dismantled, and whether the US engages with the world or retreats into climate denial and isolation. The 2026 midterms will be pivotal. They will determine whether the current rollback accelerates or whether we can begin to repair the damage. As Americans living abroad, we sometimes ask, does my vote really matter? The answer is absolutely. Overseas voters have tipped close races before, and they definitely will again. Registering to vote takes just a few minutes, and that one act connects your voice to millions who believe in science, in democracy, in environmental justice, and a livable planet. So I urge you today to register for the 2026 midterms at votefromabroad.org. Help at least one other American abroad do the same. And finally, Remember that voting is not just about politics. It's about protecting our climate, our communities, and our shared future. Democracy is one of the most powerful climate tools we have. So please, let's use it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dana. Our climate is in trouble. Everybody knows this, and we need to make sure we can do something. I just read, not this isn't exactly climate related, but it's environmentally related, that that they're no longer going, the EPA is no longer going to consider lives saved as a reason not to let people poison things like the water and the air. This is what the Trump administration is about. They don't realize that they're gonna have the same air and water as we do, for sure.
It's mortifying. What's happening is so many issues that we're facing are critical right now in our world today. But the one issue we can't roll back that is existential is the climate. And what the Trump administration is doing right now, there are no there are no redos. We need to stop this, and we need to start ramping up our, trying to repair the damage.
Yeah, agreed. So thank you so much, Dana, for coming and sharing your thoughts. And yeah, everybody vote for the climate. It's very important that we do it because without the climate, without the earth, without clean water, without clean air, there is no us. Thank you for that little earth, whoever sent that came floating across the screen. Appreciate it. All right. Nancy, shall I throw you back into the spotlight?
I'm back. Now, I know how smart all of you are and that you've already got this, but we've got a little question just in case. When should overseas voters request a ballot? Multiple choice.
Yeah. Okay. No one's buying the other answers, the incorrect answers. So, yay for everyone.
Yay, yay. You want
Hey,
to do
so
another one?
yeah, so it is as early as January, every January, and every single year. Always request your ballot. In a lot of states, if you don't request a ballot every year, you won't get a ballot. And even if you do normally get a ballot, because maybe your Leo is your best friend or something like that, your best friend could retire and then it could be up to someone else. So always request a ballot, no matter what state you live in. Let's go for the next question.
You choose.
Okay. All right. You're gonna let me choose.
No, we skipped over so many. All right.
Okay. All right.
I know you guys all have this. What
Our
form do U.S. overseas voters use to request a ballot?
Yeah, it looks like everyone knows the answer. All right, let's share the results. Let's pick another one quickly. Let's see. What do
How
we
about
got
which was
here?
the first country to allow overseas voting?
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
We got to get harder. I forgot how smart our Dems are.
Yeah. All right. Go for it. What's
Which-
the answer for this one? Ooh, a wide variety of answers. Very exciting. Very exciting.
Finally, something you all don't know.
Well, we'll see. Okay. So let's see what the answer is. It's France. Yes, for all the people living in France, we, France is awesome. Okay, let's What time is it? We have. Let's hear from a couple more of our leaders, and then we'll come back with a few more limericks and different things.
Don't forget to put your limericks in the Q&A box or upvote all the limericks you love.
That's right. All right. Our next speaker is Sally Swartz. She's one of our event team speakers. She's going to tell us about what happened with her ballot last year. Sally.
Right. Well, just so you know, I left Pennsylvania in 1979, and I've been voting in a Republican county at every single election since the fall of 1979. Last year, as usual, I voted, and I got a call from an email. Sorry, it was an email saying my ballot had been contested by the Republicans. I then called a friend of mine I worked as an attorney in that particular county, so I knew a lot of attorneys. And apparently the Republicans had decided to challenge the absentee ballots of in a number of counties. So the ACLU appointed a lawyer to defend our ballots, and in each of the counties, we won. But it took a while. It was very anxiety producing. It made me very angry because they had no right to do that, and it was a completely ludicrous attempt. So all eyes are open this year in November for the midterms. In Pennsylvania, unless you say that you intend to come back and live in Pennsylvania, you will only get a ballot with federal offices on it. So it's difficult to vote down ballot unless you say that unless you intend to go back or at least think you might want to go back to live in Pennsylvania. So I decided I'm going to return to Pennsylvania at some point. So now I vote down ballot because they're not going to get the better part of me. And I say vote for hope, because if you don't vote, I think Ada said it earlier, if you don't vote, there's no hope. You can't complain. You can't go in the streets. Well, you can do that. You can always do that, and we should be doing it. But if you don't vote, what's the point? And as everyone has said earlier, we are the margin of difference, and we owe it to our country to vote. There's bad stuff going on there. Maybe we're not experiencing it directly, but you'd have to be really with your head in the sand not to know what's going on. And we have to push back. We have to. We owe it to ourselves. We owe it to our children, our grandchildren, and to all of our friends and relatives. Despite what they might think, we have to vote, and we have to vote Democratic. So pay attention, get your ballot, and make sure it goes in. And for those of you in Pennsylvania, if you want to talk offline, there's Heidi. We have a Pennsylvania group team that we try to get together to talk about issues in Pennsylvania to make sure that we take Pennsylvania, because it's a really important state and we need those votes. Thank you very much. And back to you, Angela.
Thank you so much. We glad you got everything worked out and that your vote counted. So we do have a whole team of people that work on making sure everyone get their votes counted. So if you encounter any problems, just email that voter help. Can somebody put that out? Is it voter help at votefromabroad.org, and they'll help you get, no matter what the problem is. Our next leader that we'd like to hear from is Marnie Delaney. Are you there, Marnie? Can you turn your camera on? Oh, I see you there. Marnie, come out.
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, well,
I'm having trouble with my screen, but
okay.
I can talk.
Can you turn on your video?
I cannot.
I was
going
right.
to
Well,
start
go
off
for
by
it
saying
then.
that. So
Okay,
picture a lovely woman who's smiling a lot. And there I am. Okay, so what I wanted to do is say that there are 1 in 4 people in the U.S. Who have a disability. it's really the largest minority there is. I think I looked up to see I think 19% of the population they say is Hispanic, and 28.7% have disabilities. But we are oft ignored, as are, pretty much anybody that's not a white man and with a lot of money. But we are we are deserving of attention. 80% of the people with disabilities, you can't tell. They're not non-apparent. Some people say invisible, but if they're just not apparent disabilities, that could be, well, like me, it's multiple sclerosis, which doesn't necessarily show, or lupus, or a bipolar disease. So we're everywhere. Paying an average of maybe $600 a month extra for our disability related expenses, facing discrimination, facing all kinds of ableism, and a lot that's just gotten a ton worse since we got a president who decided to be the role model for brutish, um, discriminating, disgusting behavior, basically. He's just ignorant and cruel behavior, I would say. Anyway, and since that president decided that he was going to do away with DEIA, diversity, equity, inclusion, and the A stands for accessibility, which is a particular issue for people with disabilities. What I want to do is encourage everybody to consider joining the Disability Caucus. We have a lot to do. People with disabilities are very disadvantaged in terms of voting, particularly in the United States, because of the physical aspects of the polling places. The majority of polling places are not truly accessible and for everyone. And so the fight continues on that front, but we don't have a lot of official people on our side. So getting out the vote is a big issue. And even for people who are abroad and mostly are using the computer or using the mail or something, anybody with people with various disabilities can have a lot of problems with voting, whether it's some sort of origami folding process that they have to go through to get their ballot in the right shape to mail it. Assuming that we can mail it, that's a big fight we need to engage in. And there are a lot of things in terms of understanding the instructions and actually physically getting your mail to where it needs to go. The caucus is working on a bunch of different things. One of them is, kind of education and accessibility, and making it's internal. It's making sure that Democrats Abroad is the most accessible as it can be. If there's an old building and it has no railing or it has no ramp, sometimes that's not a good thing not a good place to have a meeting. And if there's no accessible restroom, that's not so good. If it's a really, really noisy location, a lot of people can't handle really loud noise, flashing lights and all that kind of stuff. So accessibility within DA is something we want to really encourage, and we need help from people everywhere to do that. And I personally would love to have some people that want to really organize that effort to do maybe some trainings, but also to provide materials that people can use when they are actually planning a meeting. We have tons of work that we want to do, helping with getting out the vote, and assisting people in their process. We are working on new community building activities so that people can, share if they're shared experiences people are having, that they can then go and discuss how they dealt with the barrier that they faced, for example. And most of all, I'm obsessing about legislation, because legislation has been happening, and executive orders and stupid talk about about which has taken away healthcare, which is a problem for everybody. Housing, Section 8 housing, uh, education, special education programs, on and on and on. Just how did I say housing? Yeah, housing. I just said. Anyway, employment issues. I mean, just this DEIA is impacted people in very deep, fundamental ways that are going to disadvantage them, if not kill them. And so it's just critical that we keep our Democratic senators fighting and our Republican legislators feeling damn guilty and maybe even changing their minds. It's it's just critical. That's all I can say. So I don't want to talk any longer, but I do encourage you to join us and see what you can do. You can give us an hour a month, or you can help take over a program and get it working. So thank you very much, and thank you for all the work everybody's doing today to get out the vote. It's the most important thing.
Thank you very much, Marnie. If people have disabilities and they might need some help, please contact the local DA chapter or your country committee. They'll be happy to help you with that.
Thanks. That's good.
Next, we're going to hear from our Veterans and Military Family Caucus leader. He's in Australia, so he couldn't join us live. So we have a video from him. Joel?
Hello. Hey, folks. My name is Michael Ramos, and I currently serve as the chair of the Democrats Abroad Global Veterans and Military Families Caucus. I myself am both a veteran and a military family member. I vote in Rock Island, Illinois, and I reside in the northern suburbs of Melbourne, Australia. So speaking on behalf of the VMF caucus, I'd like to highlight a few points as we start the 2026 GOTV season, or the election season. So our primary audience is generally the military connected community, but this messaging is really for all U.S. citizens who are located abroad. So I know you've heard this 10,000 times, but it's worth reiterating. Step one, please take 5 minutes out of your day and fill out the FPCA, right, the Federal Postcard Application. You can do this for free simply by going to votefromabroad.org. It's a very simple website, very user-friendly. Filling out that form ensures that you're both registered to vote and that you're set, that you're good to go to receive a ballot from your home voting state, for whether it's the primary election, the general election in November, that's the big one, and any special elections that may pop up throughout the year. So your governor or your local election official may announce all of a sudden, there's a race for your state legislator or a dog catcher or whatever. So in order to be eligible to vote in that, fill out that FPCA, make sure you get a ballot. You also get special protections when you fill out the FPCA as an overseas citizen voter. So this is really important compared to people who live stateside. So it's absolutely worth it to fill that out. Now, every overseas citizen and military voter, whether it's the service member or the service member's dependent, they get to participate in voting this year. They have to. Okay, the days of sitting on the sideline, those are over. American democracy itself is on the ballot this year. I'm sure we've all been paying attention to the news. We can't sit this one out. It's as simple as that. So another point I want to emphasize is it's important to get your FPCA in early. So the president has shown that he'll take an all of the above strategy when it comes to voter suppression. So for our military voters out there, there's legislation currently pending in Congress and in several state legislatures that would require you to vote or to register to vote in person and prove your U.S. citizenship. So the administration has already taken away access to some APO and FPO mailboxes for military retirees who live abroad. The VA's regional office in Manila, the Philippines, that's closing this year under the Trump administration. And normally they have a ballot drop box in front of the VA. With the closing of the regional office happening in September, obviously that's one more place where they're going to take away that ballot drop box. So, little by little, it's death by 1,000 paper cuts, right? So the administration will do whatever they can, make no mistake, to suppress your vote. So for the military connected community, we've absolutely got to fight back. And it all starts with filling out the FPCA. Now, as I mentioned, Donald Trump and Republican lawmakers, they won't hesitate to make it harder for you to vote. They know their agenda isn't popular. They know that implementing Project 2025 and cutting VA staff and veteran services, that's not resonating with voters. And they're deathly scared of seeing Democrats replace them at the federal, state, and local levels. So get that FPCA in as soon as possible. And while you're waiting for your ballot to arrive in the mail or hopefully in your email, take a few minutes to help other Americans abroad as well. Fill out their own FPCA. It's quite simple. Some people are a little bit confused, so we always try to spread the word and make it easier for folks. And please, if you can spare a few bucks, make a donation to Democrats Abroad so we can continue getting the word out to our fellow citizens who are overseas. So that's it for me. I have a feeling that there are a lot of you who are on the same page as me. So if you went from active duty service member to active duty citizen, thank you for your service. And I know the VMF caucus can count on you to get that FPCA in early. So thank you for attending this Blue Ballot Affair event. And don't forget to take a bit of time on Martin Luther King Jr. Day, the federal holiday. Thanks, folks. Take care.
Well, thank you so much, Michael. That was really great. He's a great leader, and he will, if you are interested in joining the military and Veterans Caucus, you can go to our website at democratsabroad.org/VMF. Anne, hi.
Oh, this is this has all been so interesting for me, and it's so exciting. It's so amazing that we are hundreds of thousands of DA members and really hundreds and hundreds of DA leaders in caucuses and teams and country committees. There's so many ways to step up and step forward and help the senator and everybody else who needs our help in the next election. So it's very thrilling. Angela, what shall we do next?
Well, I wanted to go back and just quickly show everybody the results of our first Mentimeter. And the reason that I wanted to do this is because, I'll make it a little bit bigger. Move these guys out of the way. The reason I did it, wanted to see, was because I was wondering how people were feeling, if they felt like I did. And I see that angry is a big one, and that is how I constantly feel, is just super angry. I don't know. Do any of these words resonate with you?
Yes, I put determined. I think this is an indication of how strong our group is. These Americans abroad. Of course we're afraid, of course we're sad, but we're mostly determined and angry and ready to fight. I'm very touched by this screen. I think this is, of course we all feel afraid sometimes.
Yeah, I feel afraid for my family. I feel afraid that I'll have to go back to the United States for some reason. Which, I mean, I know I shouldn't probably be afraid, but gee whiz, the United States is a scary place. So let's throw out another Mentimeter for everyone. Let me just see what our next one is. Because I think that it's really important that we all work together to try to make this go away. And when I say go away, I mean be punished. That is what I mean. I don't mean anything else. I feel like these people have done so many terrible things that they have to be punished. Otherwise, how are we supposed to continue on? Like the senator said, we have to think about how we're going to have the world in the future and not just try to go back to the same old stuff, because obviously that wasn't so great. So I'm putting this Mentimeter out. And the question is, the question is, let me see which one. Well, let me see which one Joel put out because it could have been different. Yes. Do you think Donald Trump should be impeached and removed from office when we win in November? I'm super curious as to see what the answers everybody has to say because I know there are some people out there, I'm not one of them, that think we should just move on. Absolutely not. All the people that they hurt, all the things that they've done, we can't just move on. So while you're filling out the Mentimeter, Joel is going to play this really interesting video for us, and then we're going to come back and hear from some more leaders. And our next big guest, Ron Harris, should be here at 10 minutes till. So
But we'll hear from some of our caucus leaders before that.
yeah, that's right. That's right. Joel?
Modern Texas history, a Democrat is running in every single state and federal race on the 2026 ballot. Now, that has never happened before, not by Democrats and not by Republicans. And to understand why this is a big deal, you have to understand how Texas politics have worked for decades. For years, Texas Democrats simply did not run, candidates in large parts of the state, especially in rural areas and deep red districts. I mean, in some election cycles, more than 50 state and federal seats were left uncontested. That means millions of Texans went to the polls and saw only, one name on their ballot. No debate, no choice, no accountability whatsoever. Republicans won those seats without campaigning and without ever having to explain their record or, their shortcomings. So this year, that completely changes. Democratic groups in Texas recruited 104 candidates to fill every open seat: congressional, state house, state senate, statewide judicial races, even state board of education. No free rides anymore for any elected official in Texas. So this is not about expecting to win every single district. Even Democrats will tell you that, right? This is about turnout. It's about infrastructure, and it's about long-term power. So here's the strategy. When you run candidates everywhere, you force the other party to defend everything: their votes, their policies, their records. You also must change who shows up to vote. Democrats have spent years trying to win Texas by maximizing turnout in big cities, but the math does not work if you ignore rural Texas completely. You cannot win statewide if entire counties never see a Democrat campaign in person. So when there is no Democratic candidate, there is no door knocking, no local message, and no one pushing back when Republicans defend. But here's the important part. Tomorrow they may run again, or win a local office, or become trusted leaders in their communities. This is how Republicans built Texas over decades. Democrats are trying to do the exact same thing in reverse. Republican strategists are dismissing this as a gimmick, and they are partially right about one thing. Without money and organization, candidates do not win. But this effort is not about a single election. It's about ending a political surrender. It is about saying that no community is too red to deserve a choice, and that no voter should be written off. Win or lose, this changes the map. It changes the conversation, and it changes what Texans expect from their democracy. That is why this is actually amazing news. Thank you guys so much for watching. Please make sure you like, comment, and subscribe, and turn on notifications, okay? I will be bringing you fact-checked news. No BS here, okay? This is real, verified news that has to do with our country, democracy, with racism, and with really the only information that matters in this country. You are being fed BS on TV. You are going to be fed facts here. I'll see you in the next video.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that was. I mean, so maybe there is a lot of hope for the future. I mean, we need hope like crazy because honestly, for me, this has been a really hard year, and I don't think this is season two, not better.
But I know where we can get some hope. We have 11 Democrats Abroad caucuses. And if any of you out there don't know about our caucuses, this is the place where your issue gets addressed really close up. They're wonderful fighting teams, 11 fighting teams that are very inspiring, I think. It's a place to engage. Right, Angela? Don't you feel like Angela is the former Black Caucus chair, actually the founder of the Democrats Abroad Black Caucus, and we used to be caucus sisters because I ran the women's caucus.
Yes.
And now, Angela, is it time to introduce some of our current caucus leaders?
Yes, we're going to hear from our youth caucus next. The youth caucus chair, Miguel Madrigal. Miguel, do you want to join us on the stage?
I do. Hello, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Hi,
I lost
Angela.
you.
I'm
I
here.
lost
Hello.
you. Okay, all right. I'm going to add
Can you
you in
see?
here. That's
Oh God.
great.
Okay. I'm here.
There you are.
I'm here. I'm always here. Hi, Angela. What's up? It's Miguel. I'm the chair of the Democrats Abroad Youth Caucus. So I'm here to basically. Are there any youth people in the call? Are there any youth people in the room?
Well,
Woot
please
woot.
tell
Right.
them the parameter for youth. So there
Well,
might
yeah.
be.
Let me explain. According to the Democratic National Committee, youth is counted from when you become 18 to 35. So that's the age range. So that's the definition of youth. But we also take people who are youthful at heart, right? So that also counts. So I'm here to say several things. But the first thing I want to say is, please vote. Um, Voting is really important. It can change the entire world. And if you don't believe me, look at the last few days of 2026. And if you don't believe me, the evidence is right. The proof is in the pudding, right? Um, so um, Regarding the youth caucus, we do events. We do a lot of events. We will be having an event with the chair of Young Democrats of America in the next couple of days. Her name is Fatima Hayward. And we work closely with Young Democrats of America. We actually send members to their meetings twice a year in the United States. And we also engage with College Democrats of America, and we are starting to get the ball rolling regarding high school Democrats of America. So we are a really interconnected group. Also, we have a lot of in-person events. The UK Democrats, DA UK has a lot of in-person events regarding the youth caucus. Spain is getting the ball rolling. Italy as well. We have a great leader in France, Sally. If you know Sally, or Sally, if you're watching, hello. Um, so we are an dynamic, active, hopeful, youthful bunch of people, and we do. If you're willing to join the bandwagon, you're more than welcome to come. So also, I just wanted to explain, if you're undecided and if you're on the sidelines of, oh, I don't know if I should vote. So if Democrats abroad is the margin of victory, the youth vote is the margin of victory within the margin of victory. So I guess we're the margin of victory squared. Um, we are those few votes that make Democratic candidates win all across the board, right? All across the board. And in 2020, Joe Biden won because of Democrats abroad. The votes from abroad made him president in 2020. And I'm pretty sure a couple of those votes might have been youth votes, right? Also, the youth in general is important in politics because we are the future bench of our future leaders in the country. So future governors, future senators, future congresspeople, future mayors, just ask Mandami, right? Even future presidents. A future president might be watching this call right now. It might be you. Who knows? But please stay engaged. Become engaged. Go to votefromabroad.org. That's our website. Fill in a FPCA form, and you'll be ready to go. Also, one last thing before I don't know if it's time for me to stop talking, but when you vote, politicians listen. They listen to you. So if you want universal health care, if you want somebody who pays attention to climate change, if you want somebody who pays attention to gun safety, then go vote. They will pay attention to you. You will be their constituent, and if you get them reelected, they'll closely pay attention to you, to your voice. So be out there, be active, go protest, go get out the vote, and as Mary Jane Watson would say, go get him, Tiger. So back to you, Angela, and yeah. So thanks, and Anne. Hi, Anne.
Hi, Miguel. Well, Miguel, I'm so happy to know that I'm being young at heart. I could theoretically join your caucus.
Yes, everybody's welcome. It's always when we have extra wood, don't build a higher wall. Build a bigger table, right?
Okay.
And you're welcome to the table.
Thank you, Miguel. It's good to know. All right.
That's great. We're gonna thank you so much, Miguel. Thank you so much for all the youth votes out there. Don't vote for Republicans, please.
One thing that's happening simultaneously as we're here online is that all around the globe there are other events happening on the ground, voter registration events and so forth. And our wonderful new Women's Caucus chair, I should mention the Women's Caucus is the largest of the Democrats Abroad caucuses.
And isn't it the oldest too?
Pardon?
Isn't it the oldest caucus too? I think it was the first caucus in Democrats Abroad history, was it?
The LGBT caucus might contest that. I guess we were almost simultaneous, but yeah, okay. We entered the fight at almost the same time. The new fighter on the team, though, the new leader of this fighting team is, I believe, on the ground right now in Portugal at an in-person event. And it's Sally DeCipio, who is the new powerful leader of our wonderful Women's Caucus. Sally, are you ready to fire us up a little bit?
That was a very, very nice introduction. And I can't possibly match Miguel's energy, so I'm not even going to try. All right, I'm going to speak through because I'm talking from the Women's Caucus, I'm going to speak specifically through the lens of being a woman. In these perilous times, if you're more than half of the US population, it's scary. The regime, aided by frighteningly rich and powerful allies, are working really, really hard to take away our freedoms. And it's not just 50 years before Roe, but 100 years. They want to disenfranchise us, and worse. If you're brown, they want to deport you, even if you're in the States legally. If you're Black, they want to commit you to a life of servitude. And if you're white, they want to put us back in the home as a breeder who submits to a man whether you want to do either. But the fact is, we're the largest and most powerful voting bloc in the United States. And at least for now, our vote counts wherever we are across the globe. We have the power to decide elections, shape policy, and determine the future of our communities. Our rights and our freedoms are under direct attack, from reproductive health care to equal pay. The progress generations of women have fought for is being systematically dismantled. History shows a clear pattern. When authoritarians consolidate power, women are always among the first targets. They fear our organizing power, our fortitude, our courage, and our refusal to be silenced. And they will lose. The Global Women's Caucus mobilizes women voters worldwide and advocates for policies that protect women's rights. We work to not just remind you to vote, but to give concrete reasons why. We build community and we deconstruct the noise and the propaganda through events, messaging, and local hubs. Women have never won rights by asking politely. We've won them by showing up, speaking truth to power, and voting in force. And 2026 is our moment to demonstrate that power once again. Today's not just about requesting your ballot, your mothers, daughters, partners, and amazing friends. Tap 3 today and send them to votefromabroad.org, as everybody here has been saying. Then please join the Women's Caucus and help us build our community.
Thank you so much, Sally. That's pretty wonderful and inspiring. And I know how hard it is to lead this huge, massive global caucus. And I really applaud your stepping up and doing this.
But you were broad shoulders to fill, Miss Hess.
Did you get any sleep at night? Yeah, I know. You wake up to 100 mails and go, oh, look what happened while I was asleep, huh? All right, Angela, thank you so much, Sally. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sally. Thank you very much. Our next leader that we're going to hear from is our Hispanic caucus leader, Cynthia Romero. Joel, can you?
My name is Cynthia Romero, and I am the chair of the Global Hispanic Caucus. I would like to take this opportunity to encourage you to vote. The upcoming elections are a turning point. What we value, how we live, and the future of our democracy are on the line. The Latino community continues to be targeted by this administration, but we are strong and we are many. Our voices carry weight. Change, good or bad, happens when people show up or stay silent. If we show up, we can make sure future generations of Latinos and all Americans still have a democracy that takes care of them. If we get to the polls, we can abolish ICE and bring peace back into our cities. But there's more. All 435 House of Representatives seats are up for election, along with 35 Senate seats, as well as gubernatorial and mayoral races across the country. The power is in our hands right now. Vote. Our democracy depends on it. Please visit votefromabroad.org for more information, and thank you.
All right. So, yeah, our Latino community is very important and we need to preserve them. We need to keep them from being harassed and basically being tortured or shipped off to weird countries or sent to alligator Alcatraz. We are still waiting our next main speaker, and hopefully he will be here soon. But in the meantime, I thought maybe we could move forward. We'll hear from Adrian George, our Global Black Caucus leader. Joel?
Just 1 second on that.
Okay, well, we'll just keep talking while you're at it. Anne, did you already request your absentee ballot?
Oh, I'm one of those people. I'm one of them.
Oh.
Angela, tell me, how many Californians are just like me? You know, California is one of those wonderful bright blue states that make it so easy. They practically give you a gold-plated invitation and a cup of tea just to vote. They're really wonderful. And so I feel like sometimes the Californians are a little bit lazy. And Ada, if she's still on this call, our GOTV leader from also California, I wonder, how do other Californians feel? Are you kind of dragging your feet?
You know, it's something different for California voters, but they really should at least go on. Heidi, you're still there. I hope. There's something I learned from Prop 50, that there's 2 types of California voters. There are just a regular state voter, and then there's people that are marked as abroad. So you need to make sure that you send in an FPCA so they know you're abroad, so that even though California is a good state and everything is usually fine, that they know that you are an abroad voter and that the UOCAVA laws apply to you, so that you can get your ballot 45 days in advance and that you can get it sent to you by email
That's one of
versus
the
by
things I was
postal
gonna
mail.
mention. I get my ballot way before my family gets their ballot. And that's always very helpful because we know as Californians it can be sometimes a very massive long ballot. So it takes some doing to get through it. So yeah.
Yeah. So Joel tells me he's ready with Adrian's
Mhm.
video. So please,
Yes.
the chair of our Global Black Caucus, Adrian George. Go for it, Joel.
My name is Adrian George, and I voted VC from Sweden. VC, stay put. I'm the interim chair of the Democrats Abroad Global Black Caucus, and I want to welcome you to our Vote Blue Affair event today. Now, we know how important voting is, and if it wasn't important, there wouldn't be so many assaults on our rights as overseas voters to vote. So make sure you go to votefromabroad.org. Make sure all your overseas friends and family do it. Make sure all of your folks stateside go to iwillvote.com. Now, I'm running to the polls for voting rights, immigration reform, saving education, healthcare, saving our healthcare, our judicial system, to make sure that we get in a Congress that's going to hold this administration accountable. Same thing with the Senate. And whatever local races, there's a big mayoral race in my hometown. Whatever races that you have in your city, the county, the state of 2026, they're all important. You know, politics is local, even though American politics have global implications. If you're not already a member of the Global Black Caucus, please join us. And if you have an idea you'd like to share, a little free time, you want to flex your activist muscles, consider joining our steering committee. There's a place for you. If you don't want to lead a coach or co-lead a team, you're more than welcome to join the team. Again, my name is Adrian George. Please stay here.
Okay. Awesome.
Okay.
That's great. Let's hear from one more of our leaders, Bruce Murray, who's representing our Progressive Caucus. He's the former chair, and maybe he's the current chair now. He'll tell us now. Bruce, welcome.
Hi, everybody. And thanks to Angela, Ann, and everybody for the great work on this really inspiring event. I've enjoyed what has come so far and looking forward to more. I am a member of the leadership team of our Progressive Caucus of Democrats Abroad. I'll mention also that I'm here in Vienna, Austria, and a voter in Illinois, born and raised in the great state of Minnesota. During the last year, our Democrats Abroad Progressive Caucus has been somewhat dormant, but we haven't, as progressives, been inactive. We have taken some time to try to understand why we lost in 2024, and also how over the last couple of years we've lost the Senate and the House, so that we're kind of shut out right now, at least temporarily. At the same time, we've been engaging with our Congressional Progressive Caucus, the progressive caucuses of the state Democratic parties in the United States, as well as with organizations like Progressive Democrats of America. And now we're ready to step up again, and you'll be seeing more from us also as one of the largest caucuses in Democrats Abroad in 2026 as we work together to get things done. Now I want to turn the clock ahead for just a few seconds and imagine that we're here in January 2027. And we have won back the Senate. We've won back the House, and we've done well up and down the ballot all throughout the United States. And here's what we're getting ready to do in 2027. The Senate level, in addition to everything else, we're precluding the possibility that the three oldest justices in our Supreme Court maybe for some reason decide to retire so that a Republican Senate can nominate and push through younger nominees like them. No, Democratic Senate is not going to have anything to do with that in 2027. If it doesn't happen in the meantime, the House of Representatives, democratically led, is going to impeach the president. And listening to people like the very successful campaign leader of the Obama years, David Plouffe, we're going to deliver on a message like the one that was so successful and the one that Zoran Mamdani is delivering on in New York City. And we are going to deliver affordable, universal childcare, affordable, sustainable housing, and we are going to expand Medicare and Medicaid coverage, dropping the age of eligibility down to 50 years of age, on our way all the way down so that we ultimately have Medicare for all. Put it in a nutshell, in 2027, we are going to be going point by point through a 21st century economic Bill of Rights to ensure that those people who have lost trust in us listen to us and understand that if they vote for us, we are going to be held accountable and we are going to deliver. That's January 2027. And why? Going back to today, we're registering to vote right now. That's number one. Number two, we're engaging in our own states in the United States and also perhaps adopting key races. Remember, the first primaries are coming up on the 3rd of March in places like Arkansas, North Carolina, Texas. My state, Illinois, is just a week later, and then it continues throughout that whole primary season. The primary elections are really, really important in 2026. We're registering, we're engaging, and then we are going to elect progressive candidates who are leading the way to deliver on that 21st century economic Bill of Rights. Within the next week or so, you're going to see the Progressive Caucus of Democrats Abroad stepping back into the fray, joining all of the great leaders of Democrats Abroad to make sure that we get it right this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bruce. That's inspiring. That's wonderful. And I know you've been working real hard with the Progressive Caucus for so many years, making it what it is today. Were you one of the founders? Or almost?
When the Progressive Caucus was just getting up and running, I was riding my bicycle across the Midwest in 2018, volunteering at county Democratic Party offices, trying to figure out what had happened in 2016 and what could we do to get back into power in 2018. And that's a pretty good role model for us. We did pretty well in 2018. But my claim would be with many others that we really haven't followed through as much as we could. Maybe if Joe and Kirsten hadn't been blocking our ways during the last 3 years, we would have done a little bit better. I mean, Joe Manchin, for those of you who want to be very specific. And yes, and so I was riding my bike, and I hopped off my bike and joined Protea as soon as I could.
Okay, thanks so much, Bruce. Thanks for all your energy and efforts. We appreciate it. Angela?
Thank you so much. Yes, we have one more, if I'm seeing this right. Art, are you there?
Art.
I see you out there, but I don't see you. Hold on, are you in the attendees? Art. There you are. Hold on. I'm gonna bring you up. on the stage. Okay. Art. He's coming. It takes a minute. So let me just be really frank about this, that our speaker, Ron Harris, he's not here. And I have not been able to contact him. He lives in Minneapolis. And he was going to tell us about what's going on there. So I can only imagine that something weird is happening that's keeping him away from us.
If he's able to join us, we'll pop him in.
Yeah.
But
we definitely have to wait.
Gladly defer.
Yeah,
You can
well,
hear me? You can
yes,
hear
we
me?
can hear you.
Okay.
So I'd like to introduce the chair of our seniors caucus, Art Schenkler, and he's also one of our DNC members.
Hi,
Art.
thanks very much. I was kind of hoping I was going to follow Miguel and go from the sublime to the ridiculous, but I do want to remind for those who are old at heart or thinking, we don't get younger, but we all get older, hopefully. So we should all be looking forward to the issues that face seniors, particularly with the Republicans in charge. I want to make a couple. I mean, this is all about voting. And I won't say it, but I've got my mug, votefromabroad.org. That's the key words today. But seniors, who generally defined as 65 plus, and you don't have to be that to be a member of the seniors caucus, just like the youth caucus. You can be anybody, because we're all looking at, as I said, we're all looking ahead to these issues. But seniors generally have the highest turnout in stateside elections, voting in the states. The senior group has the highest turnout, and I hope as Democrats abroad and people who vote from abroad, we can continue that tradition. And another, I won't say a tradition, but in 2024, this was a little overlooked, but for the first time in, I think, decades, seniors voted Democratic. They actually were one of the groups that shifted to the Democratic vote despite Trump's victory. So that's a message for all of us about where we need to be headed, particularly when we're faced with the cutbacks that the Republicans are doing to our social safety or the social safety network, whatever it's called, a social network. The people who have, for example, the people who have the authors of Project 2025 are on record as saying that they support raising the retirement age to 69 for Social Security. So that's something that will face all of us, not just older voters, but also younger people who are looking ahead to collecting the Social Security that they've contributed to. And in that respect, the expectation is that the Social Security Trust Fund will begin to reduce payments as of 2033 and might even be sooner as a result of some of the changes made by the big ugly bill. So we need a Congress and hopefully a president in place to make the changes that will be needed, such as raising the cap on Social Security raising the income cap on Social Security contributions. So these are all issues that are facing us. We're talking about, cuts to Medicare and Medicaid. I know Americans who live overseas, we don't have direct access to that overseas. We have to go back if we want to take advantage of those. That is one of the issues that the Seniors Caucus is working on, Medicare portability. Last year, 2 Democratic Congresspeople submitted a bill to take the first step on making Medicare available overseas, and we hope those efforts will continue, and we're working on that. Medicaid, people don't think about it so much, but actually Medicaid is one of the biggest sources of paying for nursing home care in the US. So it is an issue that affects seniors wherever they're, particularly if we're looking to move back home. So I hope people do join the Seniors Caucus. I don't know if you can put the link in the chat, or at least democratsabroad.org/GSC is the link to our page,
Put it in the chat, Art.
has the join page. That would be great. I would also mention that we will be having former Governor Martin O'Malley, who was also the Social Security Commissioner under Joe Biden, talking to us in February. So look out for that notice. He's got some choice words to say about what the Republicans are doing and how we can fight back to preserve Social Security. And I think my final word is I submitted a limerick. I don't think it was my best work, but
Oh,
go in
well,
and
do you want to read it?
Oh, read the
No.
limerick, Art.
Limerick.
Please.
Read your limerick.
I'm not really that proud of there is an old man from New York. If he didn't have Papa's money, he'd just be a dork. He's making hell for all of us. So he's making hell for us all. So we've got to vote and to call. Blah, blah, blah. What's the last? What do I have to rhyme with? But he's almost done. We just have to stick in the fork. That's it. That's it. Not my best work. Not my best work. Okay. But
Oh
I'm
my
still working.
God. We
All right.
just have to stick in the fork. I love it, actually.
Limericks, please. Everybody, more limericks. They're just delicious. They're just wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, thanks.
Yeah.
We
Thanks.
are an important. Did I mention that seniors compose almost a quarter of the Democrats Abroad membership? So we are not half the world like the Women's Caucus, but we are, a significant part of it. So thanks very much.
We have
Can you see
overlapping.
Barack behind me? There's Barack behind me. Yes. Thanks.
Yeah. That's
And my
true.
liquor bottles.
Nancy?
Okay, thanks.
Thank
Cheers.
Yeah. Are you there? Please?
I'm here.
Okay, the
Well,
mistress
since
of
we're in that
mysteries.
limerick mood, I could read a few more limericks after
Please do.
that
do.
fork has really stayed in my mind.
One of our next guests is in the green room, so just hang in there with us. They are coming. So go for it, Nancy.
Okay, so this one had a lot of points from Nancy, not this Nancy, but another Nancy's. Hello, my friends who live everywhere. We need to vote and show we care. We're angry. We're smoking. Our hearts, they are broken. We deserve a country that's fair. Then there's another limerick from one of our fabulous Italian Democrats Abroad leaders. There once was a girl from Oklahoma. She moved to Italy, not Roma. She got involved and stayed resolved, registering voters from Parma to Bologna. Good job. Should we do a trivia question or should we move on?
Let's do a quick trivia, something fun, please.
Should Election Day be a federal holiday?
Oh my God.
Yeah, you got it there. Should
Yeah,
Election
it's
Day
there.
be a federal holiday? Multiple choice.
Wow. Okay. I think everyone abroad appreciates that it should be a federal holiday because in a lot of countries it's either on Sunday or it is an actual day off. It's only in one, two. No, it shouldn't. Interesting. Let's share the results.
And
Yeah.
there's one more part to it that the presidential election cannot be canceled because the Constitution requires that presidential elections take place. So we don't have to, hopefully.
Let's see. Which question was that?
That was the same question. That was the additional answer to should elections be a federal holiday.
Okay.
So, who are the experts helping Americans with voting info?
Ooh, that's kind of a tough
We
question.
better
Oh, there it
figure that
is.
one
There
out
it
by
is.
now.
There it is. Got it. There we go.
Who are the experts?
I wish it was the Avengers.
Really?
Yeah, I do. I'm a comic book nerd, so. Oh my
All right, I
God.
think everyone's got that. If you don't have that by now, you're in big trouble.
Yeah, we're votefromabroad.org. That's what that's our jam. Vote from abroad. And you got to vote because we got to win and they won't win without us. And I know that sounds a little trite, but they won't win without us. We need to push every election over the edge for sure. All right. Find me another limerick.
Maybe enough people haven't been making new ones. I'm afraid in the Q&A box, I think that we've read them all.
Okay. All right.
We
Well,
could do
then,
another trivia question if you want,
well, then
or
let's,
movie, video.
okay.
That video, Angela.
Yeah. So go ahead, Joel. The video about ICE, that would be really great.
.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. What happens when ICE hires agents with minimal screening, then sends them into the streets, masked and armed? We look now at the agency's hiring practices as it surges agents to Minneapolis and other cities. We begin with an independent journalist who applied for an ICE job and was offered it without even a background check. Laura Jadid wrote about her experience in a piece published Tuesday by Slate magazine headlined, "You've heard about who ICE is recruiting. The truth is far worse. I'm the proof," was the headline. She begins her piece, "The plan was never to become an ICE agent. The plan when I went to the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Career Expo in Texas last August was to learn what it was like to apply to be an ICE agent. Who wouldn't be curious?" she said. Laura Jadid joins us now from Portland, Oregon. Laura, would you take it from there? Explain what exactly you did, what this fair was, and then how you applied to work for ICE and what happened.
Absolutely. So the hiring event, basically you brought your resume in, you handed it over, they were going to do an interview, and they were promising on-the-spot hiring to where you could, in fact, walk out with your $50,000 bonus that day, possibly. I went in, I handed in my resume, which was, I did a skills-based resume. I'm a veteran, I served 2 tours in Afghanistan. So on the surface, the resume looked pretty good. Had a very brief interview, took all of 6 minutes. They didn't ask very many questions. And then I left, assuming I would never hear back, because I'm a very Googleable person. I have an unusual name. I'm the only Laura Jadid on the internet. And I make no secret of how I feel about ICE and Trump and all of it. So I was not expecting several days later to receive a tentative offer. I missed it in my inbox and it sunk to the bottom, which means that I never filled out the paperwork they requested. I never accepted the tentative offer. I never filled out my background check paperwork. I never signed the affidavit saying I committed no domestic violence crimes, none of it. A few weeks later, I got a message from LabCorp saying that ICE wanted me to do a drug test, and I went ahead and did that. I was pretty sure I wouldn't pass. I'd partaken in legal cannabis 6 days before the test, but why not waste some of their money, right? And then 9 days after that, I decided I wanted to, I was curious, had they processed the drug test yet? So I logged onto the ICE hiring portal, and what I found was that not only did the drug test not seem to be relevant, I was listed as having joined ICE as of 3 days earlier. I had listed that I had accepted the offer. They had offered me a final position as a deportation officer. My background check was listed as completed 3 days in the future from when I was looking at it. So it seems like the answer to the question, who are they hiring, is they don't know.
Wow. You write in the piece, "At first glance, my resume has enough to tantalize a recruiter for America's Gestapo in waiting." You're likening ICE to the Gestapo?
Absolutely. And I don't think that's in any way hyperbole. We have armed, masked thugs on our street right now who are brutalizing, detaining, and murdering people with apparent impunity, a carte blanche, a license to kill from our government. And they can't even keep track of who's behind the masks. I don't believe for a second they're keeping track of who's a US citizen, who needs to be deported, where these people even are. These disappearances where people vanish into the system, is it on purpose, or are they really that sloppy with paperwork? Ultimately, it doesn't matter. This constitutes a national emergency. We have unknown armed thugs in masks who are terrorizing citizens.
So you have served in the military. You deployed twice. Can you talk about what that experience taught you? And also, you did do an interview with an agent, and I'm wondering if you could tell us what that agent said to you and where that went.
Absolutely. So I joined the military right out of high school. I really believed in the whole war on terror thing. I really thought we were going over to spread freedom and democracy and what have you. And when I got there, it became very evident very quickly that that was not the case and that we were doing it was a bad war and we should not have been there telling people what to do. I was in Eastern Afghanistan for the first deployment, Western Afghanistan for the second. So I did not see combat, but as a military intelligence collector, I saw plenty of the decisions that got people killed on both sides that didn't need to happen. So I came back very disillusioned, like a lot of people, and actually like the ICE agent that I spoke to, which, by the way, this interview wasn't actually part of the hiring process. It was an optional step to see if I wanted to join up. But he told me that he was also joined right out of high school. He also deployed. And when he got back, he also got out as soon as he could. He didn't want anything to do with the military. But he had a lot of trouble assimilating, as a lot of veterans do. And so about 6 months later, he decided to go for law enforcement. And the rest is history. He's been an ICE agent, he said, for about a decade. He likes the work. He feels like he's getting instant results. And this is very sad to me and also emblematic of a problem we have where we use this language of terrorism and weapons of mass destruction and freedom and democracy at the barrel of a gun. We did this overseas and it's come home in every conceivable way.
Talk about your concerns about them not doing a background check. I mean, what does this mean for people who are documented to, wife beaters, people kill women?
Yeah, I mean, it's very funny that they hired a lefty journalist with a profile on Antifa Watch. That's hilarious. But what's not funny is they didn't make me sign a domestic violence waiver. So how many people with domestic violence convictions are running around with guns in our cities terrorizing people? How many people who have been committed of sex crimes or crimes against children are in charge of detention centers where there's no oversight, where people won't be missed and won't be believed? The horror, it boggles the mind how bad this really is.
And you were hired to be a deportation officer. What exactly is that? Where would you serve?
Yeah, so yes, deportation officer. Basically, the agent was very keen on letting me know that I wouldn't be given a badge and a gun right away. I wouldn't be out in the street messing people up. I would probably have to push paperwork for about 6 months before I got there. And when I expressed that was fine with me, with my analyst background, he actually, the atmosphere changed. He was like, no, listen, we want everyone on the street with guns eventually. And I had to reassure him that that was also fine. It seems like the focus is very much getting people out on the street with guns, and the focus of the people applying, apparently, is to get out on the street as quickly as possible to brutalize people.
I'll just end by asking you, you said you signed up to fight the war on terror, and you served twice in Afghanistan. You call what's happening here in the United States the war on terror come home.
Yes. It is very sad. It is not surprising, but it is very sad. This is a national emergency. This is a state emergency. And frankly, it's past time that governors called up the National Guard to protect the citizens who elected them to keep them safe from the people actually terrorizing us in the streets.
Laura Jadid, I want to thank you for being with us, freelance journalist who writes regularly on her Substack at firewalledmedia.com. We'll link to your new piece for Slate, which is headlined, "You've heard about who ICE is recruiting. The truth is far worse. I'm the proof." We'll link to it at democracynow.org. Thanks for watching.
Wow. You know, I don't know if any of you came to our vigil for Renee Good. But what is really the most, I mean, it's horrifying that she and other people were killed. But what's really more horrifying is that that's our tax money that's being used to hire people who are incompetent or have some kind of psychological problems and want to hurt people. And rich people don't pay taxes anymore. Corporations don't pay taxes. We're funding this. So that's just another reason why we need to vote so that we can take back control of our government so that our money isn't used to hurt us. Heidi, are you there? It's time for our traditional voting segment. You want to join us?
Yes, hi. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes,
hi.
we can hear
This is
you.
Heidi. Thank you. I'm going to share my screen here with some slides about voting and why it's so important. Before I get started, just want to say my name is Heidi Birch. I am the chair of Democrats Abroad Get Out the Vote, which is what GOTV stands for, Get Out the Vote team. And I'm here to talk about why it's so important for American citizens living outside the US to vote and how you do it. So welcome, everyone. Why vote from abroad? As you know, we are pushing votefromabroad.org, which is the website that we run that helps every US citizen who is outside the United States and wants to vote to request their ballots, and we also help them with every step in the voting process. Why vote? Because it's important. 2026 is a hugely important election, and our votes matter. Every vote must be counted. And we can be the margin of victory in many critical races. We have been in the past, and we will be in the future. And in 2026, not only are there the big marquee races, particularly in swing states and swing districts that can be razor thin, but the local elections, the state elections, the school board elections, every vote is important. So please get out there. Don't ever think your vote doesn't matter. And our voice is our vote, as we say. We are citizens. We are US taxpayers. We have every right and responsibility as US citizens, including the right to vote. And we are a huge untapped resource. There are millions of US citizens living outside the US who do not vote, and we want to reach each and every one of them. So if you know a US citizen outside the US, please urge them to vote and to go to votefromabroad.org. Pardon me. I keep mentioning votefromabroad.org because that is the place where you can go to fill out your form to be registered as an overseas voter. You want to be an overseas voter because we get special protections under federal law. This is the form you fill out. It's only one page, and Vote From Abroad guides you through it because there might be something special for your state. We'll let you know. It gets you a ballot for every election in the calendar year that you're eligible to vote in. So you don't have to keep asking. You will get your ballot 45 days in advance of the election, and you will get it sent to you by email if you want. Hugely important for us overseas voters so that we get our ballots in time, because returning them by the deadline is always very tricky. So please go to votefromabroad.org and get on the ballot as an overseas voter. It's very important. So why don't people vote from overseas? That's a very good question, and one we're trying to solve, because we think a lot of times people just don't know. And that's what events like this are for, to let people know that you do have the right. We also try to make it as easy as possible by sending people to votefromabroad.org so that they can get the help they need to get this form filled out, to get their ballots, to get them back in time. And getting the ballot back by the deadline is probably the hardest thing for overseas voters, because we can't just show up on election day and vote, particularly people who need to mail back their ballots. Now, there are, I think, 33 states that will allow us to return ballots electronically. And we definitely want you to take advantage of that if you're in one of those states. And again, we can help you with that. So as I keep pushing, votefromabroad.org. It's simple. Just go there. We will help you every step of the way. And when you go there, you will see this page. You can either just click on the button to request your ballot, and it will lead you through the form with all the specific information you need according to your state and your circumstances. And if you need help, click on Find Help here. It will take you to where you can send in an email to our voter help desk, or you can even request an appointment where you meet on Zoom live with a voting assistant who can help you personally. So please come to votefromabroad.org and get the help you need. And one more thing is to spread the word. Make sure everybody knows to go vote. If you know a US citizen abroad, please ask them, tell them about this, and tell them to go vote. So thank you very much. Appreciate the time.
Heidi, do you have time for a question or two?
Oh, certainly, certainly.
Okay. I just wanted to say one thing. Somebody wrote in the chat box something that might make you happy. I just filled out my FPCA online on the Vote from Abroad site, and they're sending it into election official in Michigan. It took 15 minutes. That's pretty good, isn't it?
That's excellent. I'm really glad to hear that. You know, for most people, it's a very easy process. You just fill out this one-page form, send it in, and you'll get your ballot when they become available. The main thing is look in your spam folder for that ballot. They tend to hide. And that's the first piece of advice we give people. But I'm so glad that was so easy. But if you do have problems, or if you're like, don't remember where you last lived in the US, stuff like that, we can help you out. Don't let any concerns stop you from at least asking.
Heidi, what would be a really typical problem, the kind of problem you get 100 times a day in the mail? What's something that is typical for people abroad?
A typical problem is not knowing which state they should register to vote in. Because state, even though there is federal law saying we can vote, you register in your state. And people who've been away for a long time just aren't sure. The simple rule is it's the street address of the last place you lived before you left the US. Doesn't matter how long ago, doesn't matter if you were, 6 years old when you left. It's a very simple, straightforward rule.
Okay.
So,
okay. Do we have more questions for Heidi?
No.
Not? Okay.
I don't think so.
If you have questions, please go to votefromabroad.org and click on Find Help here, or email us directly at the Voter Help Desk. It's voterhelp@democratsabroad.org. And I'll put that in the chat as well.
Thank you
please, if you have questions, put them in the Q&A. I'll be on.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Bye-bye.
We're going to have a couple of more interludes, and then our guest from Indivisible will be joining us shortly. I'm putting a little Mentimeter in the chat. I would like to know if people think I should be abolished. Because, spoiler alert, I think it should. It's only been around since I think it was 2003. It was created as one of those acts for the on the war on terror, and it was meant to harass Middle Eastern and Muslim people, and now it's being used to harass other immigrants, and we definitely can't keep letting that happen. Nancy, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Super.
Would we could have another trivia question?
Yeah. Oh, I love these answers.
How about this one?
You're
What
all
does
way too smart.
UOCAVA stand for?
Oh, wait, but the other one is the backup ballot that's on the screen right now.
Okay, I don't see the screen. Why don't I see the screen?
I don't know, but I'm just telling you what's on there.
All right. So do you want to?
If your ballot never arrives, what backup can you use? And I'm going to share the results. Everybody knows it's a FWAB. That is great.
There's a little extra answer as well about never giving up.
Yes, never give up. Do not give up. If you have problems, then you email voter help at votefromabroad.org. Like, it's very important that we get that you don't give up. Okay, let's try another one. Oh, I like
All
this
right.
question.
Okay.
What's the fastest way to get your ballot overseas? And this is so important because, believe it or not, arguments with people about this, and that they're so determined to get it in the postal mail. And I'm just like, I don't understand why. And if you don't have a printer in your house, I'm sure there's someone in your Democrats Abroad chapter or country committee or at your office or at a print shop that can print it out. If you live in Germany, just hit me up and I'll print it out for you and send it to you. Because it will get there even if you emailed me the ballot and I printed it out and put it in an envelope and mailed it to you, it would still get there faster than if you sent it if they sent it by regular postal mail from the United States. Okay, well, you know what? We're gonna go to one of our guests that was generous enough to come on earlier. We have Mary Van Erp Bythel. I hope I'm saying that right. From
It's
EMEA.
Bithel, it's Welsh.
Bithel. Okay, I thought it might be German. Bithel, from EMEA Indivisible. Welcome.
Thanks. Yeah, no problem. No problem arriving early. Right. Do you mind doing the slides, Angela, or having somebody do the slides?
Okay, hang on. I will do it. I just, for some reason,
All right, my lights are very bright behind me.
In the meantime, I want to welcome a fellow San Franciscan. I read your bio. You're from San Francisco, from the Bay Area.
Yeah, from the Bay Area. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've lived there, though.
Yeah, me too.
All right, let me share your slides. Here we go.
Brilliant. Thanks, Angela.
Thank you. Let me put it in the slide and just say next slide when you're ready.
Okay, brilliant. So, right. So, I'm Mary Van Erp Bithel. I live in the north of England, and I've lived here near the Scottish border for nearly 35 years. I'm a US and a naturalized student, I'm originally from the Bay Area. So I'm a founding member of Indivisible Abroad. So I'm going to tell you a bit about Indivisible Abroad and what we're doing. So next slide, please. So Indivisible Abroad was established about 7 months ago, and like everything this year, it's just been absolutely frantic, and it feels like 7 years ago, not 7 months ago. And we basically we came about because there were people like me online kind of shouting into the void saying, who's organizing abroad? Like, who's organizing protests abroad? And it became clear that there wasn't a nonpartisan kind of system in place. So, I think a lot of volunteers find themselves in this situation a lot when you realize what you need doesn't exist yet. So, then we came together, a group of us, to set it up. So it's grown really rapidly. There's a lot of new groups, and the new groups we've got new groups popping up all the time. In fact, I've just heard that there's one in Bremen that's just been set up. So we have about 120 members, and about 16 affiliate groups as well. So we had a period of time where we grew really quickly, and then it kind of plateaued out. And we've had little spikes around the big days of action, but recently, like the last 5 weeks, we've been getting a lot of new joins. Next slide, please. So I don't know how many of you are familiar with Invisible, but we are actually an indivisible group. So we align with Indivisible's principles. And like Indivisible, we are committed to progressive ideals that encompass a broad ideological tent. So, our mission is to fight democracy and to fight for democracy and against autocracy. What we really want to do is remake democracy in the US. We can't go back to what it was, because obviously it landed us where we are now. We have to do something. We have to create something better in the United States going forward. Obviously, that's a big ask. There's a lot of different ways that you can tackle it, and it can be very overwhelming, but we are concentrating on in a few kind of key areas. Next slide, please, Angela. So we engage, we create, we support. That's so we engage in peaceful protest. Our groups are all very active. We get, and I think like a lot of groups, there's a lot of people come out just for the protests, but that's good, and it energizes people, but also we get new members around the big days of action. Resistance. So we resist from abroad. We join in for things like, calling reps, postcarding, that sort of stuff. But also more recently, we've put together a very active economic resistance working group. And the first target boycott was Spotify, and you can see that I've got a screenshot there from our link tree, which shows that the group found translators for all the material for the Spotify boycott material, and each one of those translations includes a kind of culturally specific premise as well, to explain why it's important to boycott Spotify. We hold political educational webinars, like so sometimes they're usually advertised on Mobilize. Sometimes we have internal speakers, like next week we've got one on universal healthcare by one of our co-founders who's an expert in health policy. Previously we've had like the Stop Trump Coalition from the UK come to present as well. So I think one thing to understand about Indivisible Abroad, we don't sit above like all the other the Abroad Indivisible groups. We are like a hub, so we kind of act as a hub to facilitate resource and information sharing with all the groups, and we don't direct the actual groups. We support the setup of new groups, and they're just popping up now all the time. And we also provide a place for at-large members. There's a lot of members that we have who don't know a lot of Americans. They absolutely do not consider themselves expats, and they are integrated into their countries, and therefore, and they don't, and their areas don't have indivisible groups. So we provide a home for those people as well. And also we undertake coalition building, and our groups do too, and we support that. And obviously that's going to be very important in the coming years, months to years, to meet the challenge. Next slide, please. Thank you. So for electoral activity, so we are very aware of the excellent work that's done by Vote From Abroad and from Democrats Abroad. There's actually a pretty, the Venn diagram overlap between Indivisible Abroad members and Democrats Abroad members is actually quite big. So we are very aware of the good work of VFA, and we do point our members to VFA for any issues they've got, or for registration, voter registration. We share information about voting events, etc., with our, through all of our platforms, and we'll collaborate on like Instagram posts and that sort of stuff. So yeah, and obviously 2026 is going to be, it's the most important election of our lifetime, and it's really important that the election is free and fair, but it's also incredibly important that people are given the opportunity to vote for candidates with integrity who are actually going to work for them and that keep their community safe. So there is some discussion about what we're going to focus on in 2026, but be assured that we will be supporting the VFA, our DA and VFA colleagues where we can in that activity. Next slide, please. So 2026 and beyond. So there's a huge amount of work to be done. There's just so much work to be done, and it can be very overwhelming. I mean, I think a lot of us are feeling really overwhelmed right now. But our group is growing. It's growing really fast, and the people who are joining are absolutely ready to hit the ground running. They're really stepping up to lead like working groups and to volunteer. So we're incredibly grateful for that, and I think that that's going to help us in the coming year, sort of really solidify, after a period of really rapid setup and growth, really solidify our like infrastructure and our processes so that we can actually really help our member groups and our members to make the most of to maximize their potentials. And also, and I think that this is something obviously, there's definitely a crossover with DA, it's like leveraging, what can we do as Americans, as US citizens abroad to, how can we leverage our position to fight authoritarianism? And that's something that we obviously will do in a nonpartisan way. So that's just kind of a quick overview of what we have been doing, and what we will be doing. I did forget to say thank you for inviting me, which I meant to do at the beginning. But I can take questions if there are any questions.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions about Indivisible? Please feel free to put them in the Q&A box. I have a question while we're waiting. Okay. So will Indivisible be doing any kind of GOTV work this in the warm weather times for?
I mean, I think what we will be doing is, there's a couple of things. One thing I failed to mention is that, Indivisible is actually now is launched a primary campaign, for the primaries to help progressive candidates get elected. And that is something that we are trying to figure out the best way that we can support that from abroad. For helping out, we will if there's activities that we can share with our membership, we definitely will do that so that they can join we won't be doing it necessarily ourselves, but that's one of the things our groups generally, when they have days of action, they generally do point to vote from abroad. So you do get some crossover at rallies and events with our member groups.
Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, I'm glad you're using VFA as a place to send people, because there are other ways to request an absentee ballot, but none that offer the level of help if people have problems. And when you're abroad, depending on the state you vote in, you can have problems, and you need somebody to work them through with you.
I have been helped by vote from abroad, so I'm not going to argue with that. They're extremely helpful.
Let's see, we've got a couple of things here about A comment from Connie Board. She says, in France, we love Indivisible and have worked with them for years. There's some restrictions for DA France as a bona fide US political party, but Indivisible has been our go-to group for certain actions like demonstrations, etc. So yeah, I know you have a lot of fans. I see them in our membership for sure.
We do have to figure out the best way. What we need to do is how do we figure out how to work synergistically so that we're not, we stay in each other's lanes and we don't step on anybody's toes, and that we make sure that we make the most of, of our strengths really.
Hey, oh, well, I don't know if this is a question necessarily for you, but November 5th, 2024 was a very bad day. It made me feel less American. Uh, should I have hope? Oh, that is a limerick. My bad. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That was a limerick. Oh, there's a question. Is there an indivisible group in Spain?
See, there's one in Barcelona that was just set up. So on my slides there was a QR code, but you can find us. I could put a link in the chat where you can find the list of affiliated groups, and the affiliated groups are like all the ones we know about, except for the ones that are going to announce that they've been formed in the next couple of weeks. And going back to the limerick, which I think if you had a chance to actually, you could reread it as a limerick, but it's I think a lot of us woke up the day after the election and felt more American. I know I did. I just thought felt like I needed to really get into the fight, and I think that's I think a lot of our members felt the same.
Yeah, people need to get into the fight, and yeah, definitely. Indivisible is one way to do it. Democrats Abroad is another way to do it, but they are definitely our partners in a certain way, not in the legal sense, but in the spirit of we're doing everything that we can to get rid of Donald Trump.
Yes.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Mary, for coming by. And hopefully other people will take an interest in Indivisible also.
Anytime.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Just as an FYI, everybody, yeah, I know this has been a little bit, we've been moving a little bit slowly. However, in 10 minutes, Eileen Higgins, the new mayor of Miami, will be here. Sorry about what happened with our guest from Minneapolis, but I can only imagine what is going on in their life right now. It's got to be very, very difficult. Where are we, Anne? Where are we?
Yes, and we still have Christine Pelosi coming in about half an hour or so.
Yeah,
So,
right after the mayor.
Mm-hmm. So what about that video that actually, did you want to play the video that you had?
Yeah, let's Joel, let's play the video for we are at the top of segment 4. So if you could cue that up, that would be great.
That's the entertainment video?
That is not entertainment, but it's the video from the EEOC.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, yes, got it.
Yeah, got it. Great. Yeah, thanks everybody for hanging in with us. You never know when someone might just show up without notice. And we'll see yeah, this has been a long day. I know, not the longest day, but kind of long. And yeah, hopefully we've reached enough people with our live streaming.
You may have a claim
Oh,
to
start
recover
over.
money under federal civil rights laws. Contact the EOC as soon as possible. Time limits are typically...
Yeah, start from the beginning.
I'm Andrea Lucas, Chair of the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. Are you a white male who's experienced discrimination at work based on your race or sex? You may have a claim to recover money under federal civil rights laws. Contact the EOC as soon as possible. Time limits are typically strict for filing a claim. The EOC is the federal agency charged with enforcing federal anti-discrimination law against businesses and other private sector employers. The EOC is committed to identifying, attacking, and eliminating all forms of race and sex discrimination, including against white male applicants and employees. Check out eoc.gov to learn more and read our one-page explainer about DEI-related discrimination.
So, I'd just like to know what other people feel about that video. I saw that video and I don't know. Ada, do you have an opinion? Anne?
I thought it was a joke. So I want to say something very clearly here for anyone who, we are surrounded by these really toxic messages about rights and special treatment, and they're trying to split us all up like you're a special interest group. No, you are, right? And here's the deal. The America that I and other Democrats and just a lot of Americans, really broadly, this should not be a party thing. The America that we have been working towards is America where the Constitution and the laws of the land apply to everyone. If you break the law, they apply to you. If you need protection from the government, they apply to you. It applies to everyone. That's it. DEI, all the things, the labels, the special treatment. They want to turn us against each other. But in fact, what we're looking for is equality. So that my reaction to that video is this is just more weird pandering to a kind of insecurity among white males that I don't know how to really, I'm probably not the best equipped to address that particular need. Where I go is we're looking for equality for all, and we should be able to find a basis as reasonable humans to understand that all means all. That's where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
Well said. Well said, Ada. All right, Angela.
Otherwise, I'm just sitting here making faces because that was something that you showed us. Thank you.
Well, I saw that and I was kind of shocked. I'm just wondering if there's any white men out there that have an opinion on this. I would just be, Bruce, do you have an opinion? Joel?
I was disgusted by it.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
I don't know. Can I butt in here?
Sure,
I thought
please
it was
do.
extraordinarily provocative, and I mean, you did show it to us before this call, but I was wondering whether or not they stole that from Saturday Night Live, because it was repulsive. On the other hand, that's what we're going to expect now that they have defeated all kinds of affirmative action in the United States. So, that's what happens when, just to follow up on Ada, we don't have any rules anymore, and the few rules and laws we have left are not enforced or they're being ignored. So, that's where we're at. And I think we should be prepared for more of this crap. And it would be lovely to get statistics on who's watching that. I mean, how many people have actually seen that ad?
Yeah, I don't
Maybe
know.
like two, us and somebody else.
I think
Yeah,
Justin J.D. Vance are the only ones who watch that.
He probably wrote it.
well, Donald Trump mentioned that what did he say? That the Civil Rights Act has been bad for white people.
Yeah. did say
And
that.
yeah, he did say that. I'm gonna share this article in the chat. Somebody shared it in the Q&A. It's about the EEOC. Yeah, and it's very interesting. Okay, and I also just wanted to share this Mentimeter because I found the results interesting. Where'd it go? Okay, hold on. I have two. It's hard to imagine, but I have like 18,000 windows open on my screen. I know that's probably not, but that's what I always have. So it's, if you know me in real life, I always have. But interesting result that some people thought it should be reformed. I would really like to know a little bit more about that, for sure. For sure. All right. Martha is here. Great.
The mayor's on her way over.
Yes, the mayor is on her way over. And we're looking forward to hearing what she has to say. So, Nancy, while we're waiting, could you give us a limerick? I just accidentally read one.
But because we haven't been asking for new limericks, you accidentally read one, but I haven't really seen any
Oh,
other
okay.
ones.
Well, the mayor is here, so let's welcome the
So we don't
mayor.
need it.
All
Bye.
right.
Hey, everybody.
Hi, Martha. Do you want to introduce the mayor?
I would absolutely be honored to do that. So welcome, Mayor Higgins, to this webinar with Democrats Abroad. So Eileen Higgins was elected mayor of the city of Miami on December 9th, 2025. Yay. First elected to the Miami-Dade County Commission in 2018, Mayor Higgins has built a reputation for integrity, transparency, and delivering results, leading major investments in transit, climate resiliency, small business development, and housing affordability. She represents a very diverse district on the front lines of climate change and has become a leading voice for connecting neighborhoods through mass transit and accelerating resiliency projects. A graduate of the University of New Mexico, she earned her BS in mechanical engineering in her hometown of Albuquerque before completing an MBA at Cornell University. She built a successful career as an executive in the private sector before answering a call to public service with the Peace Corps and Foreign Service. As mayor, she is committed to restoring trust at City Hall, cutting red tape, and ensuring Miami is affordable and accessible for all who call it home. Mayor Higgins is a problem solver with a proven record of addressing complex community challenges through practical, compassionate solutions. And it is my honor to hand the floor over to Miami Mayor Higgins.
Well, good morning from Florida and good whatever, wherever you all are, probably late afternoon and early evening. It's great to be here with you in 2026. I got
Good morning
from Florida and good whatever, wherever you all are, probably late afternoon and early evening. It's great to be.
Who has who's unmuted?
I don't know.
Okay, go for it. I think
Better?
we're okay now. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, hi, everybody. Greetings from sunny Florida, where we're all wearing turtlenecks because we're having a cold front. I realize for many of you that's a joke, but for us, we take the 60s seriously. December and November, December were very exciting, I think, for Democrats. In particular, we did a great job on November 4th at delivering key gubernatorial races and many state rep and state senate flips around the country. And then early in December, we had kind of two mayoral runoff elections, Jersey City, where a very nice progressive person was elected. And then a week later, I think I was the last election before the holidays, here in Miami on December 9th, the runoff for our election, which was pretty historic. First of all, we haven't had a Democrat at the helm of the city of Miami for many, many years. And going into the midterms, it was very important to me that we had one, which is why I chose to step down from the county commission and run for this. I think it's important as a state like Florida, and particularly a city like Miami, an immigrant city, is facing the kind of, I call it trickle-down hatred that's coming from not only Washington, but in our case, Tallahassee, where no matter who you are, it's just they're insulting us, right? You can't be Black, you can't be an immigrant, you can't be from another country, you can't be a woman in Florida, you're not even allowed to read anymore. Certainly teachers are under attack, and that is just no way to live in community where you are afraid of your own government attacking you for who you are. And I wanted to be a person that put a more positive spin about what it means to be a diverse community, how we can economically prosper under that model, how we can also have deep and effective public safety. The city of Miami is one of the safest cities in America and one of the safest big cities in the world, which just goes to show you can have an immigrant community and safety. Immigrants are not committing crimes, right? Those things are separate issues, and we have a very safe community, and I'm very proud that the voters chose me in December to represent them, and look forward to getting to work. The things that I ran on, in addition to what I just told you, which kind of values-based decency, making sure that every person that lives in our town feels like they matter. The other stuff is bread and butter issues. Housing affordability in Miami is off the charts. We are one of the most expensive places in America to live, especially relative to our salaries. We're a tourism economy, service sector jobs. They tend to be low paying and low benefits, and our housing costs have skyrocketed. Also, resiliency. We are a place where the front lines of climate change, and our streets flood. And so getting flooding projects under control and implemented are very important. And then this idea of a city government that serves the residents, that treats the residents like customers. The city government is notorious. The city is famous, but the city government is notorious for almost treating our residents like they don't matter. If you want to put a fence, I mean, you won't even believe this stuff. If you want to put a fence around your front yard, it could take you 2 years, right? So your dog doesn't run into the street or your kid doesn't get killed. You want to put a new roof on, that could be 2 to 3 years. Want to repave your driveway, for sure, 2 years. You want to build affordable housing, 3 years to get it under construction. So that is top of my agenda, because if we don't fix our permitting system, we can't build our flooding projects quickly, we can't build affordable housing projects quickly, and we can't let our residents fix up their homes and do the things they need to succeed. And we also can't get small businesses open easily and quickly. So I'm a mechanical engineer by training, as Martha told you. I'm pretty practical. And so the voters kind of, for me, did a combo of things. They're ready for somebody that isn't corrupt, because we have a history of that here. So the no corruption, no drama, make the city work again, and stick up for them in the face of the rhetoric that's coming from Tallahassee, as we call it here, and Washington. So I don't know if that's all you wanted me to say, Martha. Can I talk about, you want me to talk about anything else in Florida, or I'll just answer questions, whatever you prefer?
Well, I think you can talk about whatever you like, but I actually have a question. I'm a Florida voter, and I don't vote in Southern Florida. I vote in Seminole County. And I've been seeing a lot about this, what I would consider a scandal, that Governor DeSantis diverted a lot of funds for children's medical funds to pay for consultants and ads to stop the abortion rights and the cannabis um, legislation from going through. Do you know anything about that?
Well, I mean, it appears that that is the case. that money was used improperly, that should have been used on state business versus on political business, was used improperly. As you well know, in Florida, they have a supermajority, right? They have the gubernatorial, they have the governor's seat, they have the House, they have the Senate. And so there's no checks and balances, really. I heard yesterday that the governor has appointed, I think, 6 of the 7 Supreme Court justices. So Florida at the state level is in a world of hurt, which, divided government is helpful, right? When someone is looking at someone else and going, oh, I'm not sure that that's right. And we don't have that in Florida. You're right, Angela. So it's, and then of course his wife, I mean, these are allegations. I guess, someone in the state attorney's office will figure out if it's true or not, but there's also a lot of misappropriations of funds, allegations around the charitable undertakings of his wife.
I have heard that too.
Several questions in the chat box for the mayor.
All right, let me see.
We can read it for you.
All right, you want to read it? Okay.
Yeah, okay. We've got another one from another Florida voter, and she wants to know what successful messaging to reach Florida voters to vote for Democratic candidates across the state can you recommend? I'm thinking of the upcoming state legislative special elections in Florida in March.
Yeah, I have been, I have been very loudly and proudly a Democrat. So sometimes in local government, people sort of dial that down. Everybody knows they're voting for a Democrat. And I have never, ever had a seat that wasn't a flip, right? Which means Republicans have had to vote for me. And I haven't managed to be. I am extremely pro-business, right? And pro-economic growth. Extremely, right? I am a mechanical engineer. I worked in the private sector for decades. But then when I pivoted to public service, that's when I was part of the Peace Corps and the Foreign Service and really looked deeply at poverty alleviation. So for me, my job as a Democrat is to do 2 things at once. Make sure our economy is strong and growing and that we have a government that functions well for small businesses, big businesses, and residents, but also make sure we're not leaving people behind in that economic prosperity. And so that's how I talk about being a Democrat and what Democratic leadership looks like. It's not anti-business. I mean, I realize there are some people out there that think, that corporations are evil. Well, I don't know, I guess some of them are, but as far as I can tell, most of them employ a lot of nice people and they try to do good things and they try to comply with the law. And in our case, if we want to lift people out of tourism jobs into middle-class jobs or even upper middle-class jobs, we have to have companies locate and grow here. We need tech companies here. And so I do not shy away from being pro-business and pro-efficiency. The permitting system at the city of Miami is horrific and it is going to be better. And I already did that at the county, right? The county used to be bad. I fixed that. Now I'm moving on to the city. But I also do not shy away from making sure that people know that I am focused on making sure if you're living in a low-income neighborhood, that there will be economic opportunity in your neighborhood. And so that's how I frame it. And I don't know, it's worked for me. I don't know if it will work for anybody else, but and yeah, let me tell you something unique about Florida. I never in my campaign talk about like climate or environment or any of that. Even though as I've implemented tons of climate projects and resiliency projects and environmentally friendly projects like banning single-use plastics in our contracting and things. But I don't get caught up in that during the election. I get caught up on that in governing because that's not item 1, 2, 3, and 4 on people's lists, right? They want to know how are their kids going to afford to rent an apartment in a place, because they're still living in the bedroom they grew up in. How are we going to make sure our streets don't flood? How are we going to unclog traffic? So I really will focus on affordability, lack of corruption, a city that works for you. And maybe in Florida, people just assume you're going to help them with flooding. But I have seen other candidates go climate first. And I think sometimes that is, well, certainly there are some people on the other side of the aisle that may find that language alienating. But I also think for people that are really struggling to make ends meet, that are working two jobs, for it sounds like lofty, like their day-to-day needs are so much more important. Flooding seems in the future to them versus poverty is today for them. So I that's never front and I don't shy away from it, but I tend to focus on the people's needs first. And then when I get elected, I work on the environment's needs as well, right? So I don't know if that's
Okay.
helpful.
Yeah, that was helpful. Another question, has the fact that Canadians and others are snubbing Florida as a tourist destination had a serious detrimental effect on the local economy?
So we used to have a 12-month of the year tourism economy. And what we saw this year in kind of August, September, October, November was many, many restaurants going out of business and very low occupancy at the hotels. And even if they were occupied, they were at a much lower dollar amount. That has picked up because for us during the winter season, that's our big event season. And so it's not just Canadians. We've seen fewer flights, international flights going in and out of Miami. People are just afraid to go through customs and immigration here. I do think our economy, our tourism economy, is going to be down. And I certainly, we had worked so hard for the past 10 years to go from a just December, January, February, March, April tourism economy to a year-long tourism economy. Like Formula One comes in May now. And so I think what I'm going to need to do is make sure that we attract more big events, because I cannot depend on having a president and a governor that welcomes people to our country and to Florida. So for example, we have we bid on and we are hosting the college football playoffs on Monday night. That means people are flying all in because the game matters to them, and they'll pick game over place. We're looking forward to hosting a number of FIFA World Cup matches, and of course are doing a lot of tabletop exercise to make sure people feel safe and welcome during those. But the message I have to portray, you're constantly battling the negative energy that's coming from other voices that are not so welcoming.
All right, thank you. I have another question. Part of affordable housing cost is insurance, which we've read skyrocketed, where it can even be still bought. Is there anything that the city can do to confront the potential loss of lifetime wealth to extreme weather events?
So the insurance industry in Florida is completely regulated by the state. This is a place where the state government has often preempted the authority of local governments, whether it's cities or counties. And so we are completely at the mercy of our state legislature in addressing the insurance crisis. Certainly what we can do locally is make it easier for people to invest in their homes in resiliency measures, whether that's replacing older windows with hurricane windows, whether it's making sure their roof is up to snuff, bioswales in front of their house to make sure things drain, and then also investing in key areas for flooding, right? Because a lot of times homes in hurricanes are damaged through the flood. So how does our stormwater system face? And that's why I go back to permitting. If I have somebody who's replacing their windows, one of the things I'm working on rolling out is a program called Deemed to Comply. meaning we're going to trust our residents. They're going to put in for their permit application. They're going to tell us they're going to replace their windows. They're going to tell us their standard windows, right? Standard size windows, nothing custom. And they're going to be able to print their permit and just do it. And then we're going to go inspect. They're going to have to sign an affidavit saying they're complying with code. And then we'll inspect to make sure that it's correct and that their licensed contractor is doing that. But that's going to be a dramatic difference over a year to 2 year long permitting process before you can upgrade your windows. So we've got to make it easier for people to upgrade their homes because the insurance companies will sometimes give them a discount for that.
Wow. Okay. We have one last question for you from a person. She's running for Arkansas House District 25 in a challenging red district. Beyond showing up, what is the single most effective way you broke through 30 years of GOP dominance to reach undecided or conservative leaning voters?
I think it goes back a little bit to what I said before is you have to convince these people that you care about the economy, right? And that you're not afraid of being strong on the economy and growing the economy and embracing innovation. And so that I think has worked for me. Now, I obviously came to this job having already been an elected official, but what I'll tell you is when you win, do the job. I cannot tell you how many elected officials win and then they just prance around and nobody's doing any work. So when I ran for county, if you win, deliver. And then guess what? All of your elections are easy after that, right? In 2018, I said I was going to build affordable housing. I was going to expand mass transit. I was going to lift people out of poverty. That's it. Simple, simple. Well, you know what? When I left office, I had already built 4,000 units of affordable housing. I had 3,000 more in the pipeline. I'd received federal funding for expansion of 2 mass transit lines, one of which opened while I was still in office. The other one is just under construction. I got living wages expanded to all of our airport workers, all of our security guards on transit, right? I mean, so just do what you say you're going to do. And then guess what? All of those folks that maybe some conservative voters, like they took a risk, they took a chance on you. When you run for reelection, they just say, she said she was going to do it. She did it. I'm voting for her. And, so for me, a minimum of 25% of Republicans voted for me in this race, right? And that's steadily increased with every one of my elections, like where the beginning, I would just get enough to win. And then the next time I would get, oh, okay, I doubled that. And then the third time I tripled that. And now essentially when you have 1 out of every 4 Republicans marching over, and by the way, 1 out of every 4 Cubans are voting for me. It's because of the results. So think about as you're running, what's your legacy going to be when you run for reelection? And if you talk about how you're going to accomplish those things, you'll bring those more conservative voters along.
Yeah, a member of our Florida team, we have a team of Florida voters that tries to help other Florida voters vote. Just wants you to know that we did let all of our members know, our Miami members know, that to vote in your election. So yeah.
Yeah, and I've been so happy every time I'm in Paris. I always stop by the Democrats Abroad Paris group and go on their walks, or I've been to a couple of their book chats, and so Ada's been really good at making sure to spread the word. But these things matter. I think back, for those of you from Florida, a couple of years ago, we had a state senator who was a Democrat and lost his race by 13 votes. So never think that your vote doesn't matter, because it does matter.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It does matter because losing by 13 votes, that's got to really hurt.
Yep.
Yep. I mean, if you lose by 5,000, that's a completely different feeling, Well, thank you so much for joining us today.
Of course, my pleasure. Thanks for
And
caring.
Yeah, we're going to get out the vote in Florida and turn it blue.
Yeah, we've got a special election. We'll have special elections coming up. We think we can flip one House seat in a special before the general. So, there's stuff going on that, maybe we claw back a seat or two this time and in the state level, and then claw back another, as we go forward and try to get Florida back to being purple. That's the goal.
Super. Thanks so much for coming by today.
Bye, guys.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Thank you.
All right.
All right, Angela.
Well, we are making progress. So, Martha, if you would like to introduce our next guest, Christine Pelosi, that would be awesome.
Absolutely. I would be delighted to do that. So a big welcome to Christine Pelosi. She's an elected member of the executive committees of the California Democratic Party, the National Federation of Democratic Women, and serves together with our delegation on the Democratic National Committee, and is a longtime friend and supporter of Democrats Abroad. We're delighted to have her here today to introduce our next speaker, who has an important video message for California voters. Over to you, Christine.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be together. And just to echo what the mayor said, and congratulations, Madam Mayor, the most important thing the Democrats can do, Democrats deliver. Promise, deliver, and then told them that you delivered what you promised. Over again, chop wood, carry water, promise, deliver, and communicate. But what I want to talk to you about this morning, as I thank Democrats Abroad for all of our partnership, I love our work together on the DNC. I remember when I came to the DNC as a young Democrat, now I'm a young at heart Democrat, but when I was a young Democrat and I came to the DNC, the first group I started working with was Democrats Abroad. And they said, we are the winning margin. And over the years, as we elected Democratic presidents and Democratic majorities, the first woman speaker, not once, but twice, of the House of Representatives, it was because of Democrats Abroad. And I have to shout out Katie Solon, because she always reminded me of that every single time. We would be in Western Caucus meetings and she'd say, don't forget, we're going to be the winners, especially because if you win the West, you can win the country. And that becomes more and more important as we go along. Not that everybody doesn't have their favorite state, which our next speaker will be discussing in a minute. But I also just wanted to come on and say one clear, simple thing today. Save us from the SAVE Act. We have been trying to break the filibuster, the Jim Crow filibuster, for years to make sure that our rights were being respected. And now the Republicans are on a kick. They're on a kick to go after our voting rights. And they are very clear about that. They're saying they want John Thune to break the filibuster and to pass the House-passed SAVE Act. And I just want to say, as a member of the National Federation of Democratic Women, a longtime women's rights activist, and a longtime volunteer election lawyer for our party, what that means in terms of strict voter ID is that if you are a woman, just to give one example, and you got married and changed your name, or you got divorced and changed your name, on your legal documents, you also have to change your voter registration. That works as a poll tax, and that is completely unfair for people who don't have the documentation that Republicans expect. It ends up being a massive barrier to participation, which is what they want. And even now, as people are concerned about ICE and they say, oh, just carry around your passport, guess what? Most Americans don't have passports. Carry your real ID. Well, that was another very expensive process to get a real ID. And we have to understand that right now, Republicans believe that they can pass the SAVE Act in time for the primaries of 2026. So I want everybody to contact your senators. Mine are great, Adam Schiff and Alex Padilla, but they're going to hear from me anyway. Call your senators and make sure they know you expect them to stand up for the SAVE Act. And if it comes to a yes or no vote, you expect them to vote no and to save your voting rights and your civil rights. That's what we can do this MLK weekend right now, because they want it on the floor as well, they won it on the floor yesterday, but they're in like week 3 of their national effort. So Democrats abroad, wherever you are, we thank you for your service. If you're in our armed forces or civilian defense, we support your aspirations as students if you are students abroad. And we love checking in with you, our expats who are giving us the intellectual resources we need to mount these campaigns. I know you are the ambassadors for all of us all around the world. And I just want Democrats abroad to know how much we love you here at home. And also, we know sometimes it can be challenging to tell people how much we still love our country, regardless of some of the policies and politicians who might be working contrary to our values and to our people. So much love to all of you. Thank you so much. And as we recall that this weekend is International Voter Registration Weekend, as we celebrate the ballot, remember, voting is our civic sacrament, our highest responsibility as citizens. And the person who taught me that is our next speaker, the forever speaker, Nancy Pelosi. Please welcome Madam Speaker with a video message for us all.
Thank you. Joel, are you there? Okay, there we go.
It's Nancy Pelosi with a call to action to every U.S. citizen living overseas. Friends, we can all honor Dr. King's legacy by using the most powerful tool in our democracy, our vote. All Americans abroad have the right to vote in U.S. elections, but before you can vote from outside the country, you have to register and request your absentee ballot every new calendar year. Whether you are registering to vote from abroad for the first time or simply updating your status, it's easy at votefromabroad.org. Votefromabroad.org. Your vote can be the difference between another 2 years of cruelty, chaos, and corruption, with House Republicans asking how high when the current occupant of the White House says jump, or a Democratic House majority led by Speaker Hakeem Jeffries that fights for America's working families, for our democratic values, and for our Constitution. In fact, overseas voters like you have decided the results of several close elections in the last few cycles, including electing not 1 but 2 Democratic senators in Georgia in 2021. And in November, overseas votes were part of our great Democratic wins in California for Prop 50 and electing Democratic governors in Virginia and New Jersey. Make no mistake about it, Republicans know the decisive power of your vote. That's why Donald Trump is trying to restrict mail-in voting, the main method that our servicemen and women in uniform overseas and Democrats abroad use to vote, all to escape accountability from the voters for gutting health care for millions and food aid for children to give tax breaks to their billionaire MAGA donors. But we're not going to let that happen. Make sure that your voice is heard and that your vote counts in this 2026 midterm elections. We don't agonize, we organize. Thank you, Democrats abroad, for helping to ensure that Americans living outside the U.S. have the tools and information they need to vote. Visit votefromabroad.org and register today. This election is too important to sit on the sidelines. Our democracy depends on you. Onward to a great Democratic victory this November. Thank you, and God bless you, and God bless America.
What a great video. Thank you so much for delivering it to us. Wait, you're on mute.
My pleasure. Thank you so much. And appreciate everything that you do. Once again, we're going to be the margin of victory.
Yes, yes, we are. Thanks so much for coming by. Yay.
Can I say go Niners before I leave, or will that alienate my friends?
No, it won't.
Thanks, y'all.
Thanks so much. Okay, thank you so much. And now let's bring on our next guest from the Blue Voter Guide. And you guys, this is really important that we have this Blue Voter Guide now. because once upon a time, everyone would just try to do their best to find, who do I vote for? What's going on? What's happening? And this makes it so much easier. Let me introduce Wayne Lieberman and Holiday Adair. If you could bring them to the floor. Is Holiday here? I thought she was. Oh, there you are. Sorry. So many people on the on the screen. If we could just put them on the screen while I introduce them. All right. So we have with us first Holiday Adair. And they're both, and Wayne Lieberman, they're both leaders with the Blue Voter Guide, a nonprofit that compiles progressive aligned endorsements and ballot information to make voting simpler and more informed for those people who want to vote blue up and down the ballot. Welcome, Holiday. Welcome, Wayne.
Thank you.
So tell us about your tool.
Okay, if I could start, Wayne, and you jump in to correct and enhance what I'm saying.
Perfect.
Okay, great. Thank you for having us. We're very excited to talk about this tool that Wayne, who is the founder, Wayne Liebman is the founder of Blue Voter Guide, a wonderful idea. I'm going to share my screen so that you can see what I'm talking about. There are links in the chat that do a deep dive overview of what Blue Voter Guide is, a briefer overview, and then another video that will give you a pitch to maybe volunteer to help us. Several reasons for putting those links in the chat, one of which is I tend to talk very fast, and so the videos will fill in as I start talking very quickly. So let me get to my screen here. So those are the links, but they are also in the chat. So Blue Voter Guide's philosophy is that voters get confused or have lack of information about who they want to vote for, even though they know they want to vote their values. And so Blue Voter Guide has its premier goal of helping the voter. Some of the consequences of that goal are they also help the candidates and they also help the endorsing organizations. So when a Blue Voter Guide user puts their address in our website, their ballot will come up. And we see here that for the Texas House District 18 that's going to happen, that we put endorsing organizations under Democratic candidates so that the voter can see which organizations have vetted these candidates and are claiming that the candidate represents their values. So if you have a voter that's saying, climate is very important to me, they can actually go in and select all of the climate organizations, and Blue Voter Guide will generate a ballot that shows them which candidates are endorsed by those organizations. If you are interested in climate, reproductive rights, and unions, select all of those endorsing organizations. Blue Voter Guide will create a ballot that shows you candidates that represent your values. Those candidates that are running for statewide, federal, local, municipalities, judges, as well as ballot measures, partisan and nonpartisan races. We are trying to cover it all. So when you go on the ballot and you see the endorsements, some of which from their names, Gun Sense Voter, if you're interested in gun control, obviously that might be an organization you're already familiar with, but Center for Free Thought Equity, that name may not tell you what value they stand for. So if you hover over the name, you will get a little pop-up box that will tell you what their primary goal is. In this case, they are trying to increase the number of humanists and atheists that are in public office. So if you're interested in a complete separation between church and state, this endorsement is telling you that candidate believes in that as well. You can also click on the organization's name, and the endorsement of that candidate is verified from that organization. All of our information that we put on Blue Voter Guide has a link to its source. So you will know exactly where it came from. You do not have to take our word for it. So you can verify the endorsement. You can click on the candidate him or herself, themselves, and see again a summary of their endorsements as well as a summary of the issues that they represent. And if you'll see a cross right underneath Democratic Party, in this case, there are a lot of links so that you can see their information on the internet, their Facebook pages, their Instagram, etc., and the Ballotpedia entry, which sometimes has a brief biography of the candidate. So you get information about the endorsing organization, about the candidate, and where they live on the internet. Here's a more local race that is nonpartisan, just to show you what we did for the Florida City Commissioner. These are nonpartisan, which means that the party affiliation is not on the ballot. We research those candidates and find out what their party affiliation is. And you see that superscript next to how we've identified Trina Wilborn as a Democrat, Take Vess Hatcher as a Democrat, and then James Brady as a Republican. You can click on that superscript. It will take you to our source. Here is how we know that James Brady is affiliated with the Republican Party. Again, you never have to take our word for anything that we're telling you. That information is always verified by a link to our source. So for partisan races, for nonpartisan races, Pennsylvania had a retention race for our Supreme Court justices. Commonwealth, these are statewide courts. We also do endorsements for retention votes of judges and recall elections. We investigate who instigated the recall, what is the purpose of the recall, what would a Democratic voter or a progressive voter do in this recall, and we provide that information on the Blue Voter Guide website. So you never have to guess, what should I do in this instance of a very local race where they're trying to get somebody off the ballot? Do I want them off the ballot as well or not? And so we provide that information. Here's a example of a ballot measure, and that's my area. I really enjoy digging down into that. And Kansas has a statewide ballot measure to get rid of their abolish their Supreme Court nominating commission. So upon doing some research, I find that a lot of left-leaning Democratic progressive organizations are telling the voters to vote no on this. And one of the reasons is it was promoted by conservative groups, and a Republican senator proposed it in the Kansas Senate. So we're sharing those organizations that people may affiliate with because of their values, so that they'll know more clearly what a yes vote means on a ballot measure and a no vote means on a ballot measure, and who is supporting their kind of vote. So even if the measure still isn't clear to you, if the ACLU is telling you to vote no, then chances are that's probably what you should do too, as somebody who wants to be a democracy-saving voter. So it's a very helpful tool, and it helps voters vote all the way down their ballot with confidence that they are making the right choices. So I pulled up a little bit of data from the usage data that we have from last election to show you that a lot of people are using Blue Voter Guide, that they are confident in the choices they make by using our guide, and will return to it. And they also create a ballot. When you make a ballot, you can save it. You can share it with people. I don't know about you, but I get to vote like 7 or 8 times in different states because friends and family call me and say, who should I vote for? I go to Blue Voter Guide. I put in their address, boom, 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 save it, and I go, here you go. Here's who you vote for. Here's the measures and how you should vote on that. And you can also take it into the ballot box or fill out your mail-in ballot, since you're all Democrats abroad, and you have it right in front of you there. So that is Blue Voter Guide in a nutshell. And Wayne, things to add?
A couple of things. Our values, our blue values, are encapsulated by what the late, great Senator Paul Wellstone of Minnesota said once: we all do better when we all do better. We actually look for endorsing organizations that support candidates who want people to do better. I want to just point out that if you need help, if you go to our homepage, bluevoterguide.org, you scroll to the bottom, there's a nice little video that will underscore a lot of points that Holiday made and just kind of give you a quick, but it's pretty intuitive what to do on Blue Voter Guide. We try to cover as many elections as we can. We do our own ballot research for much of the down ballot. We can't get them all. That's why we need more volunteers. If you think you would like to help us do this research, and especially research into endorsers and information about candidates, please click on that link and fill out our volunteer form. There also is something that I want to share. Let me just do that really quickly. So what you're looking at, this is live on the web right now. This is the Texas ballot. At the bottom of your Build Your Ballot page is if we're missing or we have incorrect information, if there is a race that is not in Blue Voter Guide that you are concerned about, or if there's an error that we've made, we do our best to add that race or fix the information. You just click on the little link. It says tell us about it here. That takes you to a form, and that will enable you to give us information so we could try to add that to the guide. That's our commitment. We try to do that. So I wanted you to know that. I don't know. I think we're close to our 10 minutes. So I don't know if there's any questions or anything else we can clarify. Yeah.
I don't know. Let me just check quickly, see if there are any questions in the chat box. If anybody has a question, now is the time.
While you're checking, I just want to let them know that thanks to this wonderful Blue Voter Guide, I'm out of a job in my own family. I used to be the go-to person for all the questions that I would painstakingly research, and my nieces and nephews would pass out the information from me. And now they say, don't worry, Aunt Ann, we're going to Blue Voter Guide. We don't need you. So thank you. Saves me hours and hours.
Our growth has been really phenomenal. We started in 2022. We had 2 months before that election, and we had 50,000 users. We were really happy. At the beginning of 2024, I thought, well, maybe we would have maybe a quarter, 200,000. I was off by an order of magnitude. We had 3 million users in the 2024 election. We would like to become the Kleenex of voter guides. We want it to become the go-to guide. You Blue Voter Guide your ballot. That's what we want. There's no other guide that does what we do. There's no other guide that provides you this kind of information that makes it quick and easy. We don't tell you what to think. We just create this framework that enables you to quickly and accurately make choices where you think for yourself. And that's the goal. There's millions of votes that are left on the table by people who are scared of making mistakes, particularly young people. And this is a way around that. 9 out of 10, you didn't quote that part, Holiday, right? I don't want to repeat you, but 9 out of 10 people who use Blue Voter Guide, we survey them afterwards if you want to be surveyed. And 9 out of 10 say it made voting easier. 1 in 3 actually tell us that because of Blue Voter Guide, they were able to vote in an election that they would have skipped otherwise. That's millions of votes that we have gathered that are going toward blue candidates. So it's really powerful. It's important. Tell people about it on our final last page where you review your ballot. There's ways to share Blue Voter Guide out. Tell your friends, tell your families. You can do it's all on that page. We'd love it if you would do that. And join us if you're inclined. And thank you for being here. Thank you for being interested in democracy. That's what we're about.
There was a person named Peggy who put oh, there it is. Oh,
well, there was a question
candidate now that ACT no longer accepts donations overseas. Yeah, that's about ACT Blue. So
yeah, that's about ACT Blue. It's a different organization.
Okay.
Yeah, and the best way to support candidates, since people abroad can no longer use ACT Blue, nice shirts, is to donate to votefromabroad.org, and we'll make sure that we get more people out to vote. Wow, I love Blue Voter Guide, and it's made my life so much easier. Just being able to, I vote in Florida, and I'm one of the lucky ones who gets to vote all the way down the ballot. And there's always so much stuff on there, but now I can just put in my voting address and, go through my ballot really quickly instead of having to. Normally what I would do is I would schedule an hour on my calendar so that I could sit down with my ballot and look up all these things. And now I don't have to,
When you get really far down ballot, it gets harder and harder to find endorsing organizations. We don't use people as endorsers because there's a lot of tit for tat with people endorsing other people. So we just use endorsing organizations. You can't find those organizations for really local kinds of elections, water board in East Podunk, Missouri, stuff like that. But we can research the candidates and we make comments and descriptions about them. If we find that somebody's MAGA, we're going to tell you that in a comment that's there. So even though there's no endorsements, we'll be able to do that. And likewise, if you have that kind of information and it's not in Blue Voter Guide, then click on that link that I showed you and tell us. And we document everything. We don't make anything up. It's really important. Transparency is really important to us. So we don't put anything in the guide that isn't referenced on the web. All of our election information comes from government sites. We try really hard to to have that kind of integrity. We want to be a trusted friend. So yeah.
This is the site that we've all been looking for to help us with our voting. It's much more detailed than what you would find in a newspaper or something like that. It's really convenient. Spread the word, everybody. BlueVoterGuide.org. And thank you, Wayne. Thank you, Holiday, for coming. And thank you so much for all your hard work in putting this together.
I was excited to see Mayor Higgins because I did work on her listing in Blue Voter Guide. So that was pretty exciting.
Yeah, awesome. I know. Isn't it nice to see the people that you've done something to help get her elected? That's just really awesome. Thank you both so much for coming by.
Thank you.
Yeah. We'll be spreading the word about your tool to everyone. Be sure. Okay.
Angela
hold on, there we go. We had one last speaker and he is not here. Oh, there you are. You just made it. Okay. I was like, where are you? Okay. We are super glad as our last speaker of the day to introduce Jason Berlin from Field Team 6. He is the founder of Field Team 6, a nationwide organization that focuses on registering and mobilizing Democratic voters nationwide, leveraging digital outreach and in-person canvassing to increase voter participation in key swing states and competitive districts. Welcome, Jason. So glad you're here.
Thank you so much. Yeah, sorry I'm late. And thank you so much, Democrats Abroad, for everything that you do. It could not be more important at this moment in history for the entire world. So I'm so honored to be here with all of you amazing organizers and all the amazing volunteers and organizers on the call. I am Jason Berlin, founder of Field Team 6. Registered Democrats Save the World is our mission. It has been since our start in 2019, and since then we have helped register 8.3 million new Democrats and progressive independents who will vote for Democrats. And yes, that is exactly what you said. It's in the swing states and districts where they matter most, and where just a few new voters can swing an election. So our goal right now is to take back the House decisively and the Senate just barely in about 10 short months. It's about 9 for us, since voter registration deadlines start hitting about a month before the election. So we register voters in every non-violent way possible. We do it through email, through text, through in-person voter drives, through social media storms, through postcards. And postcards may be prohibitive if you are abroad, but there's lots of ways to help wherever you are in the world. Social media storming is something great to do. Texting is another great and effective way to help register new Democrats. And all of the ways that we register people are available to our volunteers. If you go to fieldteam6.org and look up volunteer ops, everything is listed there. We are nothing without our volunteers. We have almost 38,000 volunteers across the country and the world. in every state. We have volunteers, and that's why we can do the great good that we do. We are the one and only national organization laser focused on partisan voter registration, registering Democrats, in other words, and it's more important now than ever. Many studies show that the nonpartisan voter registration has, in recent years, tended to capture more Republicans and than otherwise in many places. So that partisan component of what we do is super important. It gives us our advantage. It allows us to not just register new voters, but also, if they're in North Carolina, say, and please vote for Roy Cooper for Senate, and help with that name recognition that is super important in winning elections. So is there any time for questions, or are we don't know if we're doing that or not?
No, you can take questions, of course. We have your organization is so interesting. And we have worked together before lightly. I definitely want to continue doing that. We have a question that says, where do you find non-registered potential voters?
We find them everywhere. That is a great question. So I'll answer. There's two parts really to the answer, because we find unregistered likely Democrats digitally and in person. In person, we go to mainly college campuses, and of those, community colleges are the best. After that, any other college is also great. And we find people who are not registered. 60% of people who are not registered to vote have never been asked, from a Pew study that found that. That's both heartbreaking, and it's our opportunity to help. We ask, we meet people literally where they are, either in person on a college campus or outside a courthouse, or digitally. We meet them on their phone with a text, on the computer with an email, in their mailbox with a postcard, and get them registered. Digitally, we have been working on and refining our ability to find the unregistered likely Democrats. So not just unregistered people that you can find by comparing public records to the voter rolls and subtracting the people who are registered, but finding the ones who are likely Democrats is more difficult. We've gotten much, much better at that over time by using machine learning, using what our outreach itself. Let's say we reached out to 25 million people in 2024. 6 million of those, and that's unregistered likely Democrats. Of those, 6 million registered, and of those, 4 million voted. So we divide those up into the people we reached out to who registered as a Democrat and voted. And that's like the platinum bucket. And then the ones who registered but didn't, as Democrats, but didn't vote, that's the gold bucket, maybe bronze. Yeah, but we have these different buckets. A much, much smaller bucket, the ones who, for some reason, registered as Republican and voted. But even though it's a tiny bucket, we compare the all the traits of those people, all the markers in the database for those people, and that's what allows us to figure out who's gonna be likely to register as a Democrat. Yeah,
that's amazing.
And that is, thank you. It blows my mind. And there are only 3 people on paid staff, including myself. This is all volunteers. We have many, many teams led by and staffed by volunteers, including our volunteer analytics team that does all that advanced stuff I'm talking about right now. That team includes a volunteer who is a nuclear physicist, another volunteer who is a former software engineer for Apple. It's kind of our volunteer and project. Yeah,
that's awesome. There's someone in the chat. This is actually a compliment for you, that using Field Team 6, them and a team of volunteers registered 195 students at the University of Merced as Democrats. We also registered 15 students as Republicans. So that's awesome. That's really awesome.
That's amazing. Judith Volker is incredible, super organizer. Yeah, super grateful to her.
Yeah.
And to just Democrats abroad in general. You've mentioned, Angela, that you worked with us lightly before. That's true. It's so thrilling to see, someone lead a voter drive in Rome,
Yes.
or in Oxford. Get American voters registered abroad. It's with the tiny, razor thin margins by which elections are won nowadays. Every single voter helps, and those voters could be the key to swinging the Senate, for example.
Yeah, that is true. And every vote is going to count this year, everyone. Really. It's not a lot of people think, "Oh, I just have one vote, no big deal." But your one vote could be the difference. The mayor of Miami said that someone in Florida lost by 11 votes. Imagine if 11 people abroad voted, because Florida has a lot of voters outside of the United States.
That's absolutely, yeah, that's an
Angela,
amazing.
we've got one question in the chat
Yeah.
from Kelly.
Yeah, I was just about to get to that. Yeah. Here's our question. What would you suggest that we do to find likely voters who are not members of Democrats abroad in our countries abroad? This is our biggest challenge.
That is a great question. That's a difficult one. And I would say, if you know how to register people to vote and come prepared, then, for example, you can use voterizer.org. I'm just going to drop it in the chat right now. That is our that's Field Team 6's voter registration website. But we take no data from that. It basically, if you just scroll down to the bottom of that first page on Voterizer, there's a link to register to vote from abroad. So that's all you have to remember. Or you can bookmark that link on your phone, and then wherever you are, if you're going to go to expat gatherings, go to any event that you think will have Americans at it, and just talk to everyone, see if they're registered, and if they're not, you can do it immediately. Give them that link. But I recommend helping them through it, helping them do it while you're there, because when you just leave someone with the link, the rate of them actually doing it plummets. So get it done while you're there.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Okay, I think let me just check the Q&A quickly.
Yeah,
So
Field Team 6 is a mysterious name for some people. It's a play on SEAL Team 6 because we're the crack voter registration group that goes behind enemy lines and gets it done in these purple districts.
Yeah.
I just also want to throw in, there's an unspoken question. I'm sure it's on a lot of people's minds, like, will elections matter? Will elections be canceled? So I always want to remind people that elections at this moment, they continue to be held in a free and fair way. The results are fair, the elections are being certified, and Democrats continue to crush them. We continue to, since November 24, in the 8 years from 16 to 24, and in the years since, we've been winning elections at an unprecedented rate, and they've been swinging, I think, 8 to 25 points to the left, with an average of like 13 to 14 points, depending on who you're reading. That's massive. So we need to continue to act as if the bizarre executive orders coming out of the White House, no more ballots after election day, are nonsense, because they are. He can say whatever he wants. He's not in control of that. The states, of course, control the elections. Thank God. It's a distributed system. He can't just flip a button and mess everything up. So keep going. This all matters.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much, Jason. Do you have a link for the Field Team 6 website?
Yes,
that would be
absolutely.
super.
That is us. Yes, check us out. Join us.
Okay. Super. That is really great. And I'm sure we'll definitely see you again for
Thank you
sure.
so much. Also, thank you so much. Wayne Liebman and BlueVoterGuide.org is such an amazing project and innovation. And also, Wayne is one of the founding members of Field Team 6, too. He's just a super organizer who just keeps on moving, leaving amazing organizations in his wake. So thank you.
That is awesome. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. All right. We are in the last minutes. We've been here for 5 hours, something like that. Let's have our last limerick, our last question,
All
and then
right.
we're gonna leave on a high note.
Here I am. It's been exciting. Okay, I found a limerick that I had overseen accidentally.
Ooh, okay.
And here it is. I'm from New York City. We're tough, but we're also pretty. I fell in love in France. Mon amour, we sing and dance. I vote from abroad. That's the nitty gritty.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful.
Then we can have a last trivia question. What is UOCAVA stand for? Just to make sure everyone goes home with the homework completely done, right?
Just in case you don't know, but I love some of the other answers that are incorrect, actually.
Unicorns.
Yeah.
I like the ultra official cool Americans. That's all.
Yeah. Well, that's us. That's us. All right, everybody. So look at that. Everyone knows. So our time was not wasted because everyone knows what an FPCA is, what UOCAVA stands for, what the FWAB is. But let's get one more GOTV pitch from Ada Shin before we go. You're on mute.
It's been a long day. Thank you, everybody, for hanging in there. I'm going to run it through again from the top through this very short presentation so we can end, with you focusing on what we need to do. Okay. This won't take long. Please feel to do little screenshots if it helps you to remember some of these talking points. They really aren't very hard. But Americans abroad must vote from abroad in 2026. Why do we need to vote from abroad? Well, every American living abroad who votes from abroad can help deliver the margin of victory in races across the country. Democrats Abroad is the only state party that runs every race. We have voters in every race across the country, and many critical races are decided by margins of victory that are smaller than the number of votes cast by overseas voters. In 2026, there are hundreds of U.S. House and U.S. Senate elections, as well as governorship, state legislature, state Supreme Court races, all at stake this year. We expect the margins of victory will be razor thin once again. This is just how we live now, okay? So we just need to get used to this. This is what we need to be doing every year. So we will see all of you again in another year because we got to do this every year. All right, so who votes from abroad? Well, for Americans abroad, our vote is our voice. I mean, this is true for everybody, but really for us, this is like one of the most important things we can do. We are teachers, students, small business owners, retirees, military, veterans, aid workers, people with multinational families. We are citizens. We love our country, our people, our planet. We have friends and family back home, and we care about what is happening there and abroad, and we can do something about it. Most of us vote in swing states or swing districts, or we know someone who does. Americans abroad are one of the largest untapped Democratic voting blocs in the country. And when we all vote, we help deliver that margin of victory in elections across the country. Okay, so voting is our right and our responsibility. There is a federal law called UOCAVA that you guys all know what that is now, which ensures that civilians and military overseas have the right to vote in the place where they last resided, no matter how long we've been abroad. This is going to apply to all federal elections for sure, at minimum, but most states extend this voting right to state and local also. Okay. By sending in this form, you get proof positive of filing a federal form to invoke federal protections. All right. And those federal protections include that you can receive your ballot electronically. You can get your ballot 45 days before an election. Many of us can return our ballots electronically as well, depending on the state. We also have an emergency backup ballot that we can use if we are worried that our ballots might not arrive in time. Domestic absentee voters do not have these same protections. So this one form will get us ballots for all elections for the year for which we are eligible to vote in: primaries, general election, but also any special elections. Looking at you, Marjorie Taylor Greene, there are all kinds of special elections that are popping up all across the country. And we have seen actually a lot of excitement and energy for every single one of them, but you cannot vote in them if you didn't request a ballot. All right. Most states require us to request our ballots every year we want to vote. This is the federal form. And we actually make that really simple. But first, I want to explain why we had to make it simple. And that is because we don't have enough people voting from abroad. And we, really chew on this question. Why is that? And we think it's because election rules and deadlines, they vary by state, which is super confusing for a lot of people. I mean, there is an official voter guide. It is like over 300 pages. People miss deadlines to register to vote or to request a ballot or to return a ballot. People don't know they have to do it every year. People assume they're not eligible. People just don't realize they can vote or that it's actually not that hard, but they need help and they don't know who to ask and they don't know who to trust. So millions of ballots are just left unvoted. Okay. They're simply just never cast. So keep it simple. Go to votefromabroad.org. One website with all the election rules for every state, plus DC, plus overseas territories. Do it every year. Okay. Oops.
Yeah.
So this is a quick screenshot of what it looks like. See the blue button to request your ballot. Okay, that will get you started in filling out the form. The form wizard, it knows based on your state and your answers how to will give you the correct information for where to return it, how to return it, and what you need to do next. Okay, so all of that is built into the system. If you need help or have questions, just aren't sure, go ahead and you see where it says find help here. You can click that, or on the lower right of the screen, you will see a little chat bubble that also works. If you click find help here, we do have live one-on-one Zoom voter help. You can either sign up for a special session or you can participate in an existing session. Okay. So first of all, every single one of you who joined us today, we all hope that you went and registered and requested your absentee ballot, and you did it at Vote From Abroad. Do it now if you didn't do it yet. Even if you voted last year, you still got to do it because now is 2026 and 2025 was last year. It doesn't matter anymore. You need to send in a new form every year. Make sure you ask to receive your ballot by email or online. Do not ask to receive your ballot by mail. That is a great way to not vote, to disenfranchise yourself. Do ask to receive it by email or online. Follow directions that come with the form on how to submit the form back to your election officials back home. Then follow up and make sure that the form was accepted. If you need help, have questions, chat box, find help here, or send us an email, voterhelp@votefromabroad.org. Next, we want you to think of another person who lives abroad, a cousin in London, a kid studying in Berlin, a retired parent in Mexico, and reach out to them and tell them, did you know that as a U.S. citizen abroad, you can vote? You need to request your ballot every year, and you need to do it right now. Go to votefromabroad.org. That's it. If we all do this, we never lose.
Yep, that's right. We have one question about someone asked, could you please remind us where we can obtain posters and cards for DA and BFA to distribute?
Oh, okay. So that's sort of a more of an internal thing. I didn't see the question, but basically there are assets. We mostly do that kind of thing through the country committees. right? And through things that we have internally for if you're a volunteer with Democrats Abroad. So that kind of stuff, I would say, join Democrats Abroad, volunteer with Democrats Abroad, and there is a plethora of resources on a thing we like to call the wiki, as well as some other tools that we have for our volunteer members. So yeah, that's the best thing and best way to do that.
Yeah.
I hope I answered that question.
I think you did. Okay. So first, I just want to thank everyone who participated in this today, that either they participated as guest or they were a part of the crew. Keisha, Kelly, Bahara, Joel, my God, couldn't, Anne, Ada, Heidi, everyone that was here, Michelle, Liz, everyone that participated, thank you so much. All of our guests, thank you so much. We couldn't have done it without you. Thanks for everyone who came and watched us. And if there's anybody still left online watching us, but the video is still there. It'll be super awesome. Anne, do you have any final words or?
Well, thank everybody who came, and thank you, Angela. It's been so much fun. And now I want to dance.
Yeah, so let us end this with the song that hopefully fits the moment. Cheers.